Westbrook, the chair of the Lone Star Investment Pool Board of Trustees. So thank y'all so much. Thank you. The other thing we're going to do, we're actually planning to feature your district on an article in the TASB Member Center. So when any district logs into TASB, you guys are going to be front and center with a story about this. So we really hope to help promote your district in that way. So if I could present this to someone, that would be wonderful.
Board members, would you join me down front? We can all get the recognition together. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a photographer here. Can you fit us all? Thank you. Oh, yeah, one more here. Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much. Really appreciate it. Thanks, y'all. Have a good.
Just a nice surprise.
I know. It's good. We like the surprise. Thank you so much.
Next, we will proceed with hearing from speakers to specific agenda items. We have 6 speakers registered this evening who shall be limited to 2 minutes each per board policy. Please speak to the agenda item you have signed up for. We also ask that speakers stay on topic and refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as their identity is protected under law. But you may name your own child. Our first item held for registered speakers is A3. Approval of board monitoring update, presentation of goals 1 and 4, progress measures 1, 2, and 3. Will Sandra Rodriguez please come to the podium?
Buenas tardes and good evening. My name is Sandra Rodriguez. I'm the Advocacy Director of Latinos for Education and a proud parent of a senior at Lamar High School. First, I'd like to thank Superintendent House and the board for working towards providing simultaneous translation for families who do not dominate the English language. This is big. Our families will feel inclusive, and it provides the tools necessary for family engagement at the district level and ultimately in their child's campus, which in turn will provide better educational outcomes for Latino students. Thank you for taking the first step. Today, I'd like to speak on board monitoring update. Goal 1, percentage of third grade students performing at or above grade level in reading. And goal 4, percentage of students receiving special education services, reading at or above grade level. For students to succeed, it is important they master reading, as this provides a fundamental foundation for their education long term. Additional resources for reading and intervention are necessary, especially for our bilingual and English learners. More so during this pandemic, where many students has lost time in their learning. It is important to identify reading challenges early, especially during their developmental years, like in 1st to 3rd grade. Provide them with the necessary reading interventions and minimize negative consequences such as low self-esteem. Many students do not have the resources in their neighborhoods, like after-school tutoring or programming, to support their learning. I hope the district will provide these services for students who need them. I also ask you to consider culture and language and special needs in reading instruction to the Spanish-speaking students with special needs. Our families would like to know how Latinos are doing. So we would like to see a breakdown by race for progress monitoring so we can provide this information to our families and help them understand where Latino students stand. I appreciate your time and thoughtfulness in addressing challenges bilingual students and English learners are facing. Thank you.
Thank you. Vidales Flores.
Perfecto. Buenas tardes a todos aquí presentes, miembros de la Junta Directiva, concejal Miller y demás presentes. Hoy me dirijo a ustedes para hablarles acerca de la importancia de que se fomente la lectura de una forma práctica y con juegos, y que se vuelva para el niño interesante a la hora de leer. Hay muchos niños que llegan a grados altos y no tienen una buena comprensión de la lectura, porque siempre se les impuso que tenían que leer, mas no se les enseñó la importancia de ello. Un niño siempre debería tener un libro a la mano que sea basado en su idioma, cultura y necesidad especial. Los libros no deberían de ser regalados por portarse bien. Fomentemos la lectura en nuestras escuelas, así tendremos niños sociables y emocionalmente capaces. Gracias por su atención.
Good evening, board members here today, Superintendent House, and other attendees. I am addressing you today to speak about the importance of promoting reading as a hands-on way, to include games, and to make it interesting for children when they are reading. Currently, many children reach the higher school grades without good reading comprehension skills because having to read was always an imposition, but they were never taught the importance of reading. As children should always have a book handy, and it should be based on their language, culture, and special needs. Books should not be rewards for good behavior. Let's encourage reading in our schools so we can have social and emotional capable children. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Glory Medina.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Glory Medina, pertenezco al grupo de padres de Latinos para la Educación y tengo una hija que asiste al kindergarten en Condit Elementary School. Como madre me preocupo cada vez que veo las estadísticas de nuestro sistema educativo. Más aún, saber que nuestra comunidad latina está siendo fuertemente afectada. Que nuestros hijos lean a nivel es esencial para que puedan triunfar a largo plazo. La pregunta es, ¿cómo lo logramos? En mi opinión, gran parte del problema es que estamos comenzando muy tarde en la educación de nuestros hijos y el preescolar, entiendo, es la clave del éxito. El estado de Texas no requiere que los padres inscriban a sus hijos en la escuela hasta los 6 años. Si bien es cierto que el distrito reconoce los beneficios de una educación temprana, hay algunos preescolares, el que solo algunos puedan beneficiarse crea mayor disparidad. Tenemos niños de 4 y 5 años comenzando a leer ya, y otros con 6 apenas conociendo las letras. Debemos cerrar la brecha desde el inicio, ofreciendo una educación preescolar compulsoria con oportunidades de enseñanza bilingüe, para que nuestras comunidades puedan hacer una transición exitosa y otras comunidades también se beneficien de un segundo idioma. La enseñanza desde temprana edad nos da la oportunidad de detectar y corregir problemas de aprendizaje en esta etapa. Por lo tanto, tener acceso a especialistas dentro del plantel escolar que apoyan las necesidades de nuestros alumnos es imperativo para poder tener un sistema coherente y exitoso. Así, cuando los niños comiencen en la escuela elemental, ya tienen las herramientas necesarias para ser excelentes lectores. Si fomentamos este deseo de aprender desde temprana edad, estaríamos llenándoles un mundo de colores, de formas, de letras y de canciones con líricas apropiadas, y estaríamos encaminados a tener mejores estudiantes. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Medina. I am a member of the Latinos for Education parent group, and I have a daughter in kindergarten at Condit Elementary. As a mother, I worry every time I see our education system statistics, and even more knowing that our Latino community is being greatly affected. It is essential that our children read at grade level if they are to be successful in the long term. The question is, how do we accomplish this? In my opinion, the problem is largely due to the fact that we are starting educating our children very late. As a preschooler, I understand that it's a key to success. The state of Texas does not require parents to enroll their children in school until they're 6. While it is true that the district recognizes the benefits of early education, and there are some preschoolers, the fact is that only a few children are able to benefit further, and this further increases inequity. We have 4- and 5-year-old children beginning to read, while some 6-year-old students barely recognize the letters. We must close the gap from the start by offering compulsory preschool education with bilingual instruction opportunities so that the communities can make a successful transition and other communities also benefit from a second language. Instruction from an early age gives us the opportunity to identify and correct learning issues at this stage. Having access to specialists with campus support to support campus and support the students' needs is imperative to have a consistent and a successful system. That way, when children begin their elementary education, they already have the necessary tools to be excellent readers. If we encourage the desire to learn from an early age by filling their world with colors, shapes, letters, and appropriate songs, we will be on our way to having a better student. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from a registered speaker who signed up to speak virtually via Zoom regarding A3. Please remember that if you are signed up to speak via Zoom, we must see you live with your camera on as you speak. Any speaker not adhering to the camera requirement will be removed from the meeting. Ms. Jones, please admit speaker Noelia Favik.
Ms. Fadik, please cut on your camera and you may begin. Ms. Fadik, please cut on your camera and you may begin.
Thank you. Our next item held for registered speakers is F1, authority to negotiate and execute an interlocal agreement with the University of Houston Downtown Center for a Community Engagement and Service Learning Work-Study Internship Program. Our one speaker on this topic has registered to address the board via Zoom. Ms. Jones, please admit speaker Sateria Crawford.
Ms. Crawford, please cut on your camera and you may begin.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can.
Thank you to the board and to our superintendent for allowing me to speak this evening. I am asking that you consider approving the partnership between the University of Houston Downtown, both as an alumni and an alumni of UHD, a native Houstonian, and as a parent of a student at Madison High School. As you know, currently at Madison High School, the climate there would benefit from this partnership and community engagement. In addition to the selection of Madison administration, it's essential that our children and community speak for itself as parents, stakeholders, and community members in both the selection and in the appointment of Madison leaders. So as you guys consider this motion that's on the floor for this partnership with UHD, I ask that you consider both this community and all students of HISD as we move forward with community engagement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next item held for registered speakers is K9, approval of proposed revisions to board policy FNG local, student rights and responsibilities, student and parent complaints, grievances, second reading. Will Carrie and Cavo please come to the podium? This speaker is also registered to K10, approval of proposed revisions to board policy GF local, public complaints, second reading.
Good evening. I have a short statement to read, and it's going to be followed by a question to which this community deserves an answer. I'm appalled that my 5-year-old grandson is still required to wear a mask for over 7 hours each school day. There's now plenty of evidence that show that children do not drive the spread of the virus, that show that children have an almost zero chance of dying from the virus. And sadly, there's a lot of evidence, more coming to light, about problems associated with mask wearing. They impede a child's ability to learn, to socialize, and to thrive. And I'm sure the test results upcoming will be showing that as well. There are also hundreds of school districts, probably thousands across the country, and many of them in the Houston area, that are mask optional, some since the beginning of the school year. In my remaining time left on my clock, I would love to know from Superintendent House, what scientific evidence do you have that demonstrates that those school districts are wrong and we're right?
This is not a time for responses.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're not, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Incavo. There,
So you never
Yeah, they
answer
are-
questions,
we-
is that
I'm
the
sorry.
point? Questions are never answered?
no, we do not speak back to during
And when would
the
I get an
speakers of the
answer?
hearing. What you can do is email us, and then we can respond.
Okay, I've emailed prior to this, and I've never gotten a response. So what does that mean? Can I give you something and you'll give me a response? Can you give me an email that? Okay, all
Thank you,
right.
Ms. Incavo. We are now ready to consider our discussion and report items, beginning with the superintendent's update to the board. Superintendent House, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. At this time, I'll have Dr. Allison Madney make her way to the podium to share insights around this specific item. Dr. Madney?
Good evening, trustees. Thank you, Superintendent House. I'm here this evening to report our first Renaissance data of the 2021-22 school year through our Goal 1 and Goal 4 Progress Measures 1 through 3 reports. As a reminder, Goal 1 states the percentage of third grade students performing at or above grade level in reading is measured by the meets grade level standard on STAR will increase 8 percentage points from 42% to 50% in 2024. Goal Progress Measure 1.1 states the percentage of first grade students reading on grade level as measured by the end of year literacy screener will increase 8 percentage points from 63% to 71% in 2024. So before we dive into the data for this report, I want to kind of ground us in where we've been the last 2 years. As we discussed tonight, our current kindergartners, those students were in pre-K 3 in 1920, the year that we were in person until March, and then were out remote. And then their pre-K 4 year was also was last year, and the first 6 weeks again were fully remote. And then this time last year, 57% of that class was in person. So the majority were in person, but still not all students were in person. Our current first graders were pre-K 4 in 1920, kindergartners last year, and again, they were about 57% in person this time last year. Our second graders, when we get to that group of students, they were kindergartners in 1920, first graders in 2021, and they were also about 57% in person this time last year. As we get to our current third grade students, we're of course first graders in 1920, second graders last year, and they were about 54% in person this time last year. So I think it's important to note, and I'll refer back to this, the context around the learning experience and learning opportunities and engagement and what that looked like as we talk about this data. In your agenda packet, we do look at the kindergarten data points because it's not a progress measure. It's not directly on the slides, but kindergarten data is included. Again, Those were pre-K 3 students in 1920, pre-K 4, so the entirety of their pre-K readiness experience was disrupted in some way in the last 2 years. They are down 8 points between BOY 2019 and BOY 2021 this year. So their data does reflect a dip. There was a dip in every student group for that group of students. We call this group of students, they were our pandemic pre-K group. So their entirety pre-K readiness, again, was disrupted through both years. So as we move to our first grade students, a reminder that these students were pre-K 4 the first year of the pandemic, and then kindergarten last year. We have our data points above, again, just to orient to these data points, we're looking at 1920. We were at 53%. That was the year that 2 years ago now, we did not anticipate the pandemic happening. We were at 53% for BOY for first grade students. This year, we're at 47%, so a 6-point drop between pre-pandemic and then this year. When we break it out by English only and Spanish, our English only went from 46% to 42% from 1920 to 21-22. That's a 4-point drop. But our Spanish only population of first grade saw a 12-point drop from 60 to 48 this year. When we move on to goal progress measure 1.2, the percentage of second grade students reading on grade level is measured by the end of year literacy screener will increase 8 percentage points from 61 to 69 in 2024. Again, our second grade students, they experienced in their kindergarten year how to do school before pandemic. So they had 5-6 weeks of time where they learned, they engaged in person, and then their end of kindergarten and their first grade year saw the major disruptions. We see for this group, they were at 49% pre-pandemic, and they're at 49% this year. So we look at what learning looks like in first grade. Again, this isn't the same. We're not looking at the same group of students from 1920 to now, but we're looking at second grade in general. That group of students who did experience some formal kindergarten instruction, their data points did remain flat. So English only for second grade, they saw a 1-point gain between pre-pandemic and this year for English only. And our Spanish only for second grade remained flat, 57 to 57. When we look at our second grade students with disabilities, and just as a reminder, the reason we don't have a students with disabilities slide for first grade is that is really a year where a lot of identification is happening, and so we see the most significant first year of service in that second grade year. This group of students went from 17 points pre-pandemic to a 6-point gain to 23 points this year. There are lots of reasons for this gain. We've had some fidelity of co-teach, really pushing more in inclusionary practices in special ed. Of course, we see the monitoring of IEPs and that oversight with that and the implementation of IEPs is really paying off with this population of students. So we were very excited to see this gain. For 1.3, we're looking at our third grade students reading on grade level as measured by the end of year literacy screener will increase 8 percentage points from 57 to 65 in 2024. In this population of students, their first and second grade years were impacted by the pandemic, but pre-K and kinder were not. They had a 1-point decline from 46 to 45 between pre-pandemic and this year. When we look at English only, we see a 1-point decline For our third graders in Spanish only, we have also a 3-point decline from 60 to 57. For our students with disabilities in third grade, again, we have a jump from 12 points to 16 points, so a 4-point increase. It's important to note that through this, I've emphasized kind of what the context was around each of these grade levels and their experiences in different levels as they matriculate through the system during this pandemic. Nationwide, we've seen decreases in pre-K enrollment. We know that we've seen that here in Houston, definitely. That's a nationwide trend. And so it's going to be important to continue to monitor this as we have unschooled students that come to us in kinder and first grade and understand some of that context and be able to provide those supports during that time. So next steps for goal 1, for reading. We're focusing on 2 high leverage areas. It's not an exhaustive list, but these are the 2 that are really going to push us over and where we're going to see the biggest impact. One is Reading Language Arts Unit Planning Guides, our UPGs. We're redesigning them with recovery lessons. So being able to acknowledge that students have some gaps in their learning and building in some of those lessons and supports to help teachers with recovering some of those gaps in TEKS knowledge. Also, we've adopted the Really Great Reading as a district-wide phonics program. So acknowledging that it's critical that we get in front of phonics as we are working with reading with our students and monitoring that implementation, ensuring that students have access and are showing gains because of that. So moving on to goal 4. Goal 4 is the percentage of students receiving special education services reading at or above grade level as measured by meets grade level standard on STAR 3 through 8 reading and STAR EOC English 1 and 2 assessments will increase 8 percentage points from 21 to 29% in spring 2024. So our first progress measure for goal 4 is looking at our elementary age students who are served by special education. The percentage of students receiving special education services in 2nd through 5th grade, reading on grade level as measured by the end of year literacy screener will increase 8 percentage points from 14 to 22 in 2024. So for this elementary population of students, again, a 3-point jump for this population of students from 12% before pandemic to 15% this year on our BOY. And this is English and Spanish combined. For 4.2, we're looking at the percentage of students receiving special education services in 6th through 8th grade, reading on grade level, as measured by the end of year literacy screener, increasing 8 percentage points from 7 to 15% in 2024. And again, with this group of students, we've seen a jump from 8 percentage points pre-pandemic to 10 this year on our BOY assessment. Moving on to progress measure 4.3, the percentage of students receiving special ed services enrolled in English 1 or English 2 reading on grade level as measured by the end of year literacy screener will increase 8 percentage points from 5 to 13 in 2024. And again, we see another jump in data from 5 points in 2019-20 to 8 points this school year for the BOY screener. So next steps, some of these you'll see are familiar because we're seeing the results of what's working. So continuing our focus on specially designed instruction, exploring that alignment between the written, the taught, and the assessed curriculum, ensuring that that's aligned and that we're measuring what we're teaching and measuring what is in the curriculum. And then a continuation of monitoring of those IEPs with that emphasis on ensuring students with disabilities are receiving those high-quality services, and that those are reflected in the IEPs, and that that's all implemented with fidelity. And that concludes the report.
Thank you, Dr. Matney. We are ready for comments or questions from trustees. For each item of discussion, we will do 2 rounds of 2 minutes each. If an additional round is desired, that can be done with a motion, second, and board vote. Trustee Cruz?
Thank you, President Allen. Thank you, Dr. Matney. So I'm going to kind of toggle back between the report and the presentation. So let me go back. So page 18 of the report, it appears that the gap in the literacy between white students and Black and Latino students is consistent. Am I looking at that correctly? Page 18 of the report, not the presentation.
Yes, and we are seeing that, that was pretty consistent on not just page 18 of the report, looking at 1.3, but in the other grade levels as well.
Okay, and how are we addressing that gap?
Dr. Matney?
So some of those high leverage, when we were considering reading specifically, again, some of that phonics, just getting, using those data points to understand where the gaps still are, really with all students, and then just knowing that we have to use our curriculum with fidelity, use that phonics program, and just be very intentional on monitoring the success.
And if possible, I'd like for Maggie to come up front and share a little bit specifically around what we're doing around that fidelity that you talked about in terms of the curriculum. Maggie's with our curriculum and instruction department.
Great.
Good evening, Superintendent House and board members. In regards to really great reading, this is a research-based systematic approach in teaching phonics. It is highly recommended, and it is actually part of the Reading Academy. Some of the videos and strategies are embedded in the Reading Academy modules. So it's something that's important for TEA, and it's something that we see that is working. So we are making sure that every campus in HISD has resources for all the students. We provide ongoing professional development for all teachers. Right now, we have approximately about 50 professional hours for really great reading, and we will continue to support the teachers throughout the year. So it is an amazing program. We do feel that strongly enough that we did adopt it as a district curriculum. So we are looking forward to the gains that we have when this is fully implemented with fidelity.
I will add that this particular subject matter, of course, is outlined as one of the priorities as well. So we'll be building on top of what she's sharing. I think one of the most important things that we can do, of course, is put quality curriculum in the hands of our teachers and quality curriculum in front of our students as well. So as a priority, you'll see coming out of the strategic plan focus around this area also.
Thank you. And you mentioned when it's fully implemented, so where are we in implementation of this curriculum right now?
So there's different steps in the process. It's the initial professional development, then it's modules that teachers have to view in order to have access to the full program. Well, not to have access, but to understand how to effectively implement the whole program. So right now, based on the data that we have through the modules and the computer, we are right around 40 to 50%.
Okay.
Keeping that in mind, that is measured by the amount of times that people log in. So it could be one teacher logging in, or it could be a class logging in, a class of teachers or a grade level of teachers, or it could be a school building logging in to view these modules. And that's what we're seeing on a lot of our campuses, that the principals are really embracing this, and they're sitting down and making it intentional that the teachers go through these modules so that they're implementing this program.
Are you seeing a difference in the BOY data of where this is being implemented?
So it's a little bit still too early
Okay.
To make that call, but we are looking forward to our data that's upcoming.
And in what grade levels is this being implemented, this What is this called?
So our focus.
Really great reading.
So our focus is K to 3, but we did provide the training and the resources for K to 5.
And then how are we addressing students that did not learn how to, like, we're talking about phonics, right? And we know that there's students in 6th grade or maybe even high school that aren't reading. How are we addressing that?
Maggie, you want to share?
This is implemented only in elementary at this time, but we do, and we are working with both secondary and really great reading to see how we can effectively implement that in the grades that are needed in middle school.
Okay, thank you. And in the Reading Language Arts Unit Planning Guide, what grades are we doing that with?
Maggie?
In K through 5th.
Okay. And what would you say are the strengths or the limitations with that?
So of course, the strengths are that we are focused on the TEKS for the prerequisite of that grade level. So we're making that bridge or to make sure that we're covering any gaps that may be there due to the pandemic. In addition to not just creating that mini lesson, we're also creating lessons for small group instruction. So it's not just a one-time, here it is, hope you captured it. It's here it is, let me teach it to you because it connects to this TEK. But we're also going to make sure we reinforce it in small groups.
Thank you. And then going back to the slides themselves. So slide 6, I know when we've monitored data in the past, students that take the test in Spanish tend to score higher, and this time we're seeing a larger drop. Just wanted to see any observations that y'all might have on that.
Dr. Madney?
I don't know if Ms. Gardea has any insight as well, but we have noticed that also. One of the things with this slide in particular, this first grade is the year that our dual language programs start testing in both languages, so we want to dig a little bit deeper into this and see if we can tease that data out a little bit as well.
Okay. And then slide 8. So you mentioned, the students basically are there wasn't a bigger drop in 2nd graders, right? There were 49% beginning of year in 2019, 49% in 2021. You mentioned 1st grade, you've looked. What is happening in 1st grade? And I saw also with students with disabilities that's reflected in the 2nd year grade data. So what have y'all seen?
And I'd like, before you do that, I'd like for Kachar Bradford and Dr. Verrett to join us on the front row, just in case there are specific questions around special education as well. Dr. Madney?
So I may have you repeat your question. Is your question similar to the 1st grade and then what we're seeing with 2nd grade because it's level?
Yeah, like the drop, I guess it seems like, there's a bigger dip with other grade levels, right? In 2nd grade, they stayed pretty consistent. So when I see that, I'm thinking what's happening in 1st grade that influenced that.
So one of the things that as we look at the experience of 2nd graders, they had that solid pre-K and most of kindergarten, and so that's what we are thinking is part of this, just knowing what learning looks like in pre-K, in kindergarten, in 1st grade, and 2nd grade. They had that foundation of pre-K and a large majority of kindergarten as their backing.
And did this group of 2nd graders have Reading Academy in kinder? Like the phonics instruction?
Did this group have the phonics in? Yes.
2nd grade, this group had excuse me, 2nd graders this year, the teachers were instructed in the Reading Academies last year, so they would have received that year of the Reading Academy strategies.
So not kinder, but 1st grade?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
I'm sorry. Kinder teachers were trained last year, so it's the 1st grade students that benefited from the Reading Academies last year. This year, the 1st grade teachers are being trained.
So this group would not have had.
These are the
Reading
second
Academy.
graders? No, they would not have
Okay.
had benefit of the Reading Academy nor of the phonics program.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Slide 11, definitely want to shout out, okay, I'll save that for the next round. Thank you.
Trustee Nygaard?
Thank you. And I want to start out just by commending, even amongst this really challenging time, it's clear that the systems that have been put in place, the investments that have been made in special education are yielding results. And I would be remiss if I did not point that out. And I can only imagine what it would have been if we hadn't had these 2 disrupted years. So kudos to everybody who's been putting the things in place to make that progress. I asked this a lot last year, and I'm going to keep asking it this year. So, for example, and I get the first graders, all of their years have been disrupted, right? They've never had a regular school year. But we have some kids, and this is true for any of the grades, we have some kids who tested at home and some kids who tested at school. And so when I see, for example, and maybe I shouldn't point out the first graders, let's look at second graders, that if you were, and I get that you don't have it this time, and I'd like to see it for the rest of the reports this year, preferably, if we were to disaggregate our kids who are testing this year and look at how the kids are doing this year compared to last year who took the test in school, and how the ones who took it at home. Because when I see these drops, it makes me wonder, what caused the drop? Is it all of the kids have dropped, or is it more of a decline with the kids who were at home all last year, whereas maybe we made some gains with the kids who were in school with us last year? And so have you all already looked at this and it's just not reflected in this report? Or is that something that you would consider sharing with us for the next report?
Yep, I'll let Dr. Madney share, but what I will say is that just what we were seeing nationally, some of the conversations we were having with my chief's organization, with superintendents, is that many, not all, many of the students that did take assessments at home and test at home, we probably didn't have the cleanest data, let me say it in the nicest way. And there was a little bit more support in some cases than needed. So I think it's a combination probably of what you're talking about. Dr. Madney, any additions that you'd like to add there?
I think you definitely touched on those pieces. We haven't already pulled that, but I know that's something that campuses are looking at in classrooms and being able to look at the full picture, but we definitely have the ability to look at that.
I'm just thinking, because this should inform, are the things that we are investing in, the systems that we're putting in place in our district yielding the outcomes? Or I'll finish on round 2. Thank you.
Trustee Guidry?
Thank you, President Allen. Thank you, Dr. Matney, Superintendent House. Okay, so I'm glad that Trustee Nygaard kind of went back on and looking at some of the differences of the children while in school and those who were out of school. So my concern really goes to the next steps. Okay, can we go over to slide, I guess it would be 17. This new UPG, can you tell me just a little bit more about this redesigned with Discovery, the lessons?
Maggie, would you like to share?
So what we have done as a curriculum department, because we do recognize that the pandemic was impactful in the education of our students, and there are learning gaps across all grade levels. We had to come up with a plan on how do we address the prerequisites of a student who's now in a new grade level, while continuing on pace with the expectations of TEA. So what we came up with were the recovery lessons, which is a prerequisite to a specific critique. So if they have to learn TEK 4.3, then we look at third grade and see what do they need to know from third grade to be successful with this TEK. So we created a mini lesson where the teacher is instructed how to teach this lesson, what the expectations are, and a check for understanding. Did the students get it? Now we can go move forward and teach the new TEK for this grade level. But we also embedded it in the small group. We created activities so that students are still engaging in that prerequisite TEK for the previous grade level.
And, I mean, that sounds great. So is it campus-driven? Or is it general? It kind of one size fits all? Or does it go specific to a campus that has great needs as opposed to a campus who's doing okay?
So when we write the curriculum, we write the curriculum for the whole district. But we do work with the campuses as well as other departments on how to differentiate based on the needs, not only of the campus, but of the students themselves.
Okay, so it's basically a one-size-fits-all, but do you have the specialists, the teachers who can pick out and see the children who are in need of further?
So the one-size-fit-all is the curriculum itself, but when she says differentiated instruction, that means teaching to the kids that are performing the highest and teaching to the kids that are performing at the lowest level. So to answer your question, yes.
Okay.
There are supports in place, and teachers are being provided with the support to be able to teach throughout that spectrum in the classroom from the highest to the lowest.
Thank you so much. One last question. On this adopted really great reading as the district-wide phonics program, is that a new and different program, or is that something that we had before?
Megan?
It's a new program. Previously, we've been doing it internally and going, of course, with the basal. HB3 mandates that we have a systematic research-based phonics program, and as we did our research, we found that this was the best one out there.
So this is something we did not have before?
Not this program.
Okay. It's a different program, and it's based in phonics, because I love phonics. So, I was brought up on phonics. Okay, so let's then move over to next steps on page 25. To explore alignment between written, taught, and assessed curriculum, what does that look like?
Dr. Madney, Maggie, either one of you, feel free to step up and share.
So really it's looking at, the curriculum as it's written, and so what the curriculum department actually writes and provides to teachers, making sure that there's tight alignment between the written curriculum, what teachers are actually teaching to students, and that aligns or matches with what's assessed. So we're looking at the assessment and making sure that matches what teachers are actually teaching, and that matches to what's written in the curriculum. So really tightening that connection so that what's written in the curriculum is what's taught and what's tested.
And how do we get the outcome of whether or not this is working?
So that's how, part of this meeting is looking at the progress measures, and so progress monitoring along the way, where we look at how students are scoring, and then where, like they said, where those gaps are, going in and teaching it a different way, or teaching different lessons to small groups of students based on where they're scoring aligned to the standards.
And so you have something in progress to determine those gaps and where to fill in based on
So
this.
assessment, so really it's looking at the assessments, and then from there we backwards map to what teachers taught, and then backwards map to the curriculum. So part of in special education as well is exploring how students are scoring, and kudos to the team who's been working on that to where we are seeing some progress, but just making sure that all students have access to that general education curriculum, and students are taught based on those grade level standards that will be assessed at the end of the year, so on our state assessments.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you, President Allen.
Trustee Song?
Thank you so much, Madam President, Superintendent House. Appreciate the presentation. What was the testing window for the beginning of the year?
Dr. Madney?
Will you repeat your question? I'm
Testing
sorry.
Beginning
window.
of year testing window was when?
I will have to get
Approximately,
that for you.
roughly?
I believe September and October.
Okay, thank you. Just, let's go to the first progress measure, if we could.
For goal 1?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So these are our first graders. And you've talked about, of course, the impact of the pandemic here. But as noted in previous discussion, this is a group of first graders whose kindergarten teachers had been trained in this really great reading program. And I'm wondering, given the drop in the data, do we think, apparently we're sold on the really great reading program because we're expanding it, right? So tell me more about why we have confidence in the program. I know it's new implementation. I know that teachers were teaching in a mix of virtual and in person. But just talk to me a little bit more, given the drop in this data, why we're still so confident in that program.
Maggie would like.
So really great reading was just implemented this year. So this data wouldn't be
okay.
reflective of any outcomes from the program itself.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So the reading academies, though, last year in kindergarten had elements of really great reading, is that correct?
Yes, it did have some videos and some strategies implemented into the modules, but not solely from reading, really great reading.
Oh, okay. So are we sold on the reading academies then?
Yes, ma'am. Reading academies are mandated by TEA. It's a 3-year implementation, and we are in year 2, and next year will be the final year.
Okay. Do we think they're having the impact that we hope they have? Or
We're still waiting to see that result. Last year was a difficult year in that it was inconsistent with virtual or online, and the teachers were asked to complete these during the year, and it was hard for them to implement it with
Absolutely.
not the full class in front of them.
I completely appreciate that and why we'd want to wait and see how the data continues to look in a more normal school year. Thank you, I appreciate that. What I've heard from our parents who came to speak to us tonight, gracias a ustedes, and from other parents at my community meeting earlier this week is how important it is with regards to reading, that students learn to love reading. Parents talked about the lack of a library at their school. Like, there's nothing, beautiful at our school to come to make you want to go to school, is what I heard from some parents. And libraries are one of the things they commented on. So I'm wondering, in addition to great phonics strategies, what are we doing to support students in developing that really early love of reading?
As a part of, there's no doubt, Trustee Young, that reading, literacy, it has to be the North Star of everything that we do. The love of reading and a child gaining that understanding sets the stage really for the rest of their educational career and in many cases their professional career as well. We talk about libraries. It's something that during the Listen and Learns, we know we had several librarians that were out collectively providing that voice as well. We've taken that information. It's a part of the voice that is coming into the priorities that we've developed. It's also a part of what we're doing in our strategic work. So all of that work is coming together. We haven't finished the plan, of course, but we're taking all those pieces into consideration as we build our plan.
Okay, thank you, and I'm looking forward to that. Okay, I'll come back around next round. Thank you.
Trustee Bluford Daniels.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. House, Superintendent House. Excuse me, just one quick question for the most part. As expected, we talked about that, about COVID data, statistics for how it's going to impact this year's data from last year. So this year, and I've been saying it all along, when we had the initial goal, how those 8 points was going to be achieved, because it was going to be a loss from last year to this year. I've been saying that. And so it's showing now that we were going to have that loss. So we won't have to just make up 8 points. Now we have to make up 14 points for the most part. One, please go back and add those, Dr. Madney, please, if she will, those graphs, lines to the lines to the graph. Let's go to package page 14. But add the goal lines to the graphs, because the information is here, and you've got the performance information down at the bottom, but it doesn't show what the goal is. And I think a person visually looking at the graph should just be able to look at there and arbitrarily determine what the goal is and what our marks are, what our achievement is. And so on package page 14, there's the English for the first grade. Package page 14, that's page 14?
Slide number.
Okay, that's slide 4, okay. It shows, we talked about the loss in learning for English. Well, we have the English and Spanish combined information. Is there a way to identify those students who may be new to HISD, that weren't here for pre-K and kinder, that may be new to HISD, it may be new to the country, period, that may not have been a part of that pre-K and kinder testing, that may have the derogatory impact on this particular module?
I'm sure that wouldn't be an issue to disaggregate that data in that manner.
I think that with everything we've had going on, that the data skewed because we've had that influx or that situation. So I'd like to see the separation of it. Thank you.
Trustee Hernandez?
Thank you, Mr. House. Thank you, Dr. Matney, for the presentation. One of the questions that I have is about the really great reading program. Are the materials that are given to teachers also in Spanish?
Maggie?
Really Great Reading currently does not have a Spanish component. They are working on developing it this year, and we will be looking into it for a possible purchase for next year.
Okay, so we saw that there was a 12-point drop in our Spanish first grade. So what are we doing for our Spanish-speaking students?
Maggie?
So there's actually a phonics program embedded into our curriculum, and it's also in our adoption, reading language arts adoption. So we do reference it to the teachers.
Is there a name to it?
It's HMH.
HMH.
Right.
Okay.
That's our reading adoption.
And then I know that you mentioned that last year kindergarten teachers got trained. This year first grade teachers got trained. Are second grade teachers being trained on it?
Maggie?
Second and third grade teachers will be trained next year in the final phase of the implementation.
Can you explain a little bit more about why we're waiting to train those teachers?
Maggie? Capacity.
So TEA mandated that we train principals and all elementary teachers K-3. And so we had to make a decision as to how could we effectively do that and still monitor the implementation. And so we came up with a 3-year plan in which we started with kinder, then we moved on to first. And when we say this year first grade teachers are being trained, it's not only first grade, it's also any new principal to elementaries and any new kinder teacher. So as we move up, we're going back and we're capturing any new teacher to the lower grades that have already been trained. So logistically, this is what made sense for us in the 3-year phase that TEA gave us.
And Trustee Hernandez, it boils down to capacity. Anytime you're doing training and with the numbers of teachers, or same thing with like evaluation systems that we'll eventually do, it's about capacity and what you can do in a specific amount of time in a school year.
Yeah, I completely understand that. My concern there is just having teachers training at the same time that they're teaching. So just like having the full understanding while they're also being trained at the same time and being able to implement it fully.
Got it.
And is this really great program mandated at all schools, or is it certain schools?
It's a district-wide initiative that we have pushed out through our department, and we have purchased enough, all our schools, all our campuses have enough materials for all the students K to 5th.
So are all campuses actually implementing it?
Not at this time, but we are working with them and along with the vendor to go into those campuses and make sure that they are implementing it.
FYI, Trustee Hernandez, we actually did have a curriculum audit as well through TNTP. And one of the things that was noted in that audit is that the curriculum was solid. Where some of the issues lie were more so around the fidelity and implementation. So those are the things that we noted, and that was a part, of course, of our implementation and 90-day plan to really take a look at some pieces. And so that's been a helpful audit for us as we move forward.
Thank you.
Yep.
I want to go back to 1.1, and I know Trustee Dygard mentioned the big jump in our students with disabilities. What can we do there to make sure that we see similar jumps in other of our subpopulation groups?
I missed the first portion of your question.
So students with disabilities did really well. They had a big increase. What are we doing there that we can implement, that we can replicate for our other subpopulation groups that may be seeing a decrease in their numbers?
Again, I'm sure cross-functionally, that's one of the things that we're doing right now is working cross-functionally in our strategic planning. So I'm sure that piece will come to the table as we share information and learn from each other. This is just this past Friday, and was one of the things that I was going to share in my update is how we brought 40 individuals together from different departments, not just curriculum and instruction, not just HR, but different departments to share what those innovative best strategies look like to ensure that we focus on what those things should be in our strategic plan moving forward. So that is the idea.
Awesome. So I may have missed this, but do we know why there was a significant drop in the Spanish reading? Usually we see increase in reading, right? Spanish reading usually is higher than our English reading. But for 1.1, we saw a significant drop.
Dr. Madney?
That's one of the areas that we want to dig into those data points, knowing that that dual language, that's the first year that they start testing in both languages. We want to see if, and really hone in on if there were campuses, if this really is a district-wide concern, or if there are certain campuses programmatically where we saw that drop. We also know that first graders, back to Trustee Bluford Daniels' point about if they were with us in pre-K and kinder, they didn't, English and Spanish, either one, did not receive that core instruction face-to-face for a significant portion. And when you're in a room where you're rich with language and you've got signs up across and labeling everything, and the instruction can be facilitated to where the learning happens, and they're gaining that English proficiency as well as content. And so with this is a specific slide that we want to dig into more to see if that is a result, or if it's what's currently going on that's causing this, resulting in that dip.
Did we see more of our Spanish testers staying at home, or is it?
Dr. Madney?
I don't have that breakdown. In general, the younger the student, the more they were in person. But that is a point that could be in this as well, that if they were at home learning for the full year versus just at home for the last 6 weeks, in the first 6 weeks, that could have a significant impact as well.
Okay. And then I have a question about the data that you provide to us over here in this, I don't know what to call this extra. One question. There's nothing for migrants, and it's for, it says you need to have more than 25 students. We don't have more than 25 migrant students?
Dr. Madney?
For that grade level, no. If it's not in the report, then it did not exist either as testers or in that grade level. It may just be that they didn't test.
Trustee Santos?
Thank you, President Adeline, Dr. Matney, and Superintendent House. My question is regarding goal progress measure page 3, goal progress measure 1.1. And then we go to page 4. So, Dr. Matney, my question is, do kids in pre-K and kindergarten learn through dramatic play? Is that,
And Maggie, you may want to share some additional information in reference to curriculum as a whole.
So pre-K and kinder do have dramatic play within their curriculum, and it is part of their center work.
so, and music and recess and just playing, right? That's part of the developmental phase for them?
Yes.
Including the language development when you acquire language through socialization. So, my question is, what's the data with the time that was lost for our first graders regarding the TEKS, the dramatic play, the recess, the music, language development, all of those TEKS that were lost? Could you give me the data on the time that was spent, that was lost?
When you say time,
So like you have 180 days or however many minutes in a school year, how
Okay.
many of those X minutes are used to socialize, used to use dramatic play, recess, and how many of our TEKS are built into the curriculum in pre-K kindergarten?
okay, of course, we don't have that in front of us, something we can work on. We know it's significant, and we know it's a part of what we've seen not only at the early childhood age, but across the board. But we can work on that specifically at the early childhood age, Dr. Mandy.
And so, those are in regards to interactive instruction for our first graders. So the drop in our first grade scores, could it be that they weren't socializing, they weren't playing, they weren't, I mean, like Dr. Matney said it beautifully, that she's absolutely right. We need those anchor charts. We need to be in an environment where our kids can learn and also socially engage. So my next question is, what are we doing moving forward to ensure our kids are socializing in an interactive way, in a positive way, that they lost, right? Like we have HB 4545 that is addressing the learning loss. Was it also addressing the learning loss for our pre-K and kindergartners?
Yep, it's really the matter of getting back to business and education as we should. It goes back to what Trustee Guidry asked also, how are we accomplishing the spectrum in the classroom from the highest performer to the lowest performer in terms of differentiated instruction, but getting kids back into the business of school. They missed out on quite a bit over the course of the school year, so making sure they have those opportunities, but at the same time, ensuring that we're putting in place those mini lessons for things that they have missed. So it's doing a little bit of double duty for teachers in the classroom, and we have prepared mini lessons for that to happen to ensure that they get what they missed.
So then that new curriculum that we approved does not address that. So how are we going to see the results of this curriculum if it's not coupled with what they need?
Not sure it should be coupled with what they need.
Was this curriculum written before COVID?
I'm unclear as to what curriculum you're referring to.
Well, didn't we approve this, we gave up leapfrog, or we Savas and went to leapfrog or something like that? Don't you remember that?
You're speaking about the pre-K
Which
new
would have been
adoption.
these first
Savas.
graders, right?
Okay, that's a pre-K program just specific for pre-K.
I know, but
Pre-K then kinder.
what the curriculum that you're talking about, that you were saying that it's being implemented now and that we're not yielding the results. So though that curriculum that you were saying, that READ program, is that taking into account everything that our pre-K, kinder, and first graders are missing? And I hear you, Superintendent House, you're saying that we're building those mini lessons in. I just want to make sure that we're building time in for our kids to socialize, so that way they have not, what they missed in their younger pre-K and kindergarten years, they're getting.
Got it. I think another piece that's important is what we're doing with our parent university as well. I've had a chance to sit in on some of the parent university modules, And that's a part of how we're advising, because it's not only what happens at school. A big part of the socialization development of a child is what happens after 3 o'clock as well. So I'm very proud of the work that's going into Parent University, the advice, the research, the supports that happens there as well. It's a combination of the home and school, and ensuring that kids get what they need from a socialization standpoint and an academic standpoint to be successful.
So what I'm hearing is that we have to make our libraries even greater and our music rooms even more awesome, because if they don't get it at home, then they should be getting it at school. So, thank you.
Trustee
Villaseca?
Thank you so much, Dr. Matney, Superintendent House, for the presentation. I know Trustee Hernandez asked a few questions regarding the large dips in Spanish-only test takers. We talked a little bit about possible theories as to why. I'm curious. I would imagine we haven't broken down those data points yet between like the students that took that were virtual versus the students that were in person. What that looked like, how that could have potentially impacted what we're seeing here, along with some other elements that, like, some of the resources or the program isn't available in Spanish yet, and other things of that nature. Could you please elaborate?
Sure. So on the additional data pieces that we want to examine and look at. So one of the questions that we've discussed is related to, of course, the mode from last year. When we look at BOY assessment last year, it was all online. If you'll recall, as we were all online for the first 6 weeks. So that, but we want to then break it out by looking at how students were in their learning environment at one point in time, because students could move in and out. So when testing happened, look at where they were learning, compare it to what those assessment results look like this year, and then break it down not just by language, but by race, ethnicity, looking at free and reduced lunch versus non-free and reduced lunch, looking at some of those points about were they enrolled with us, were they not enrolled with us, what is that consistent for students that have matriculated with HISD? Are they doing better, about the same as this average? So we want to slice it and dice it many ways.
Yeah,
and really get at the root.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful to better understand by looking at it different ways, like looking at the persistence data like you referenced, looking at all of these different aspects to better understand that, because as Trustee Hernandez said, they're typically, at least in elementary school, there typically is an increase. So I was pretty surprised, but I'm curious as to what's really at the root of that, and more so, what are we doing about it right now to be able to help support our students. Also, on page 17, talking about the feedback, or talking about some of the things that we are doing in response. I'm curious as to what kind of feedback we're getting from teachers and students that are teachers that are implementing the program, students that are using the program. So what's that feedback look like? And then also, is it something that's like prescribed? Is there a certain amount of time or certain dosage that students have to engage with the program, that teachers have to implement the program on a daily basis, and how are we looking at those data points as well?
You know, as I mentioned, one of the things that TNTP shared in our audit is that the content of the curriculum was strong, but in some instances, the implementation given, and they specifically quoted the decentralization, sometimes was not where it needed to be to really provide the kind of outcomes that we want to see on a consistent basis. So that, again, is great insight as we dig into our strategic planning to really set what the road will be moving forward.
And how about the feedback then from the students and teachers? Are we capturing that, or has TEA provided ways to capture that as they're evaluating the effectiveness of this program, either at HISD or statewide?
It's a great question. I'm really not certain. Dr. Matney, any insight whether TEA is doing any kind of statewide surveys to gather feedback around
They usually do on these types of programs, and but we also just like Literacy by 3, internally, we do our own evaluations and seek that input from teachers. And so I imagine that Ms. Gardea and I will be partnering on, as we end out this first year of implementation, getting that feedback to make tweaks for next year for her team.
Okay. Thank you. I'd be curious to sort of see how things are going, because I know it seems that we're all in because it's a mandated thing, but what does it look like if we're all in and then some, or all in with some additional modifications based on what we would expect us to do to customize for our learners? Thank you.
Thank you. We move into round 2. Trustee Sung?
Thank you, Madam President. Let's go to slide 14, please. So on the one hand, we've talked about how third graders had interrupted second grade. They had a mostly normal first grade that ended a little early. Didn't end, but changed significantly a little early. And then they had robust pre-K and kindergarten, right? One way to think about this data is, wow, kindergarten teachers are awesome, which they are, and our kids are resilient. But the end makes me worry. This is about almost a 20% drop in the number of students testing this year at the beginning of the year versus 2 years ago, pre-pandemic. And I know we were out there looking for kids and bringing them back at the beginning of the year. So I'm wondering, are our kids super resilient, or is it just that the more resilient, supported kids were back in schools first to take the BOY, and then the students that we got later in the year who maybe missed the BOY maybe wouldn't have tested as well? Have you kind of dug into who's missing from that end?
Dr. Maddy, any insight here?
Yeah, I think that that's a great question. And I think that as we look at middle of year, and I've been watching those end counts as much as I've been watching the dots above the end counts. We know that we have lost students, and the way data works is we definitely experienced last year. And looking at the orange line and the green line and the purple line, it's a 1 point dip is not. I'm not as worried about that 1 point dip as I am to that question that you're asking. Who are we missing? Who is leaving us? Who just didn't test and we have now? And so as we look at middle of year, looking at enrollment increases, just really keeping our pulse on that is going to be very important instructionally, and putting supports in for campuses.
Okay, thank you. So we'll know in a few months. And then turning to some of the special ed slides under goal 4, the end count didn't seem to drop. I mean, obviously they did at the elementary level, but I note that in 4.2, 4.3, there were fewer drops at the middle school and at the high school level. So there, those increases look more dependable, and we're crediting the specially design instruction, et cetera, from the previous year. I mean, that's remarkable, given, summer melt, given all the things we've had to melt over for the last year and a half. That's really remarkable, those gains, so congratulations. And then I had a question about, we talked about alignment of curriculum between written, taught, and assessed. My question is, are we aligning with the TEKS, or are we aligning with our universal screener?
Ms. Gardea, you want to share, or on the SPED end, anyone on the SPED team would like to share, or both?
We align it to the state standards.
Thank you, just checking.
Okay.
Trustee Guidry?
I'm sorry, and maybe I misheard this, but did I hear you say that these programs are not in all of the schools, or they're in all of the schools?
In terms of the curriculum?
Yes.
Yeah. Ms. Gardea?
So the curriculum is district-wide, so all campuses have access and all teachers have access to our curriculum documents.
Okay.
I think what you may have heard is the implementation schedule is happening different grade levels at a time, so it's not all happening at one time. Maybe the confusion.
Maybe that's what I just wanted to make sure that all of our schools did have access. Thank you so much. Thank you, Superintendent.
Trustee Cruz?
Thank you. Just want to mention, grateful for the mom, I think her name was Miss Senora Medina, that mentioned pre-K and how critical it is. And I do appreciate that comment in the superintendent's report about our needs assessment and how we recognize those significant deficits. So I'm really looking forward to our discussion later tonight around pre-K. Are we still doing literacy by 3?
Ms. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Okay, and so how does that, because it's very different, right? It's balanced literacy, and then we're talking about this really great reading that's phonics. How do they work in conjunction? How do we make sure that, that it's balanced, right? Like, I worry that, and especially it sounds like you keep saying they have access to the curriculum, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're implementing it, right? So where, I don't even know what my question is. I'm just concerned.
So the Literacy by 3 actually has a word study component, which looks different per grade level. And so the phonics is actually embedded within that time allotment.
But it's just a piece.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so again, I'm just concerned that and then we're spending money, I guess, how do we know that Literacy by 3 actually gets our children, enough children to read? And how do we know that really great reading? Like, are we going to continue both? At what point do we decide to only use one curriculum or keep both?
Ms. Garcia?
So Literacy by 3 is actually not a curriculum, it's a methodology. It's a way to teach reading during certain components that have to be embedded within the reading language arts block. And a really great reading phonics program is actually embedded within the reading language arts block. So it works cohesively and in conjunction with our Literacy by 3.
So if it's a methodology, then how do we know that it's working?
Ms. Garcia?
We, of course, use the data. We use the data because we want to make sure that research-based, of course, we base everything that we do on research, that these components are crucial to having a strong literacy component for our students. And so we make sure that those are embedded in every grade level. And the phonics program is just one piece of it.
And again, kind of going back to the TNTP audit that was done, it showed that our curriculum as a whole, there was strength there. Again, it was kind of the decentralized model of implementation is where the issues landed.
So then how do you hold folks accountable if we have this curriculum, we spend a lot of money and we spend a lot of PD, right? Like, so how do we hold folks accountable to the implementation of it?
I think that, again, that goes back to what comes out of our strategic planning in terms of, and I want to be careful with my words, what modifications that we will make coming out of that. Just please know that it's a glaring concern in terms of consistency, and we plan to address that consistency.
And besides high dosage tutoring, we're talking, in terms of learning loss, I know we're spending a lot of money and a lot of efforts there. What else, do students need, or where else are we putting our resources to make sure that we're addressing that learning loss and in these data points that we're looking at?
Ms. Garcia?
Time. We add additional time to teach the students and get them caught up. We have amazing resources within our district. It's just the ability to train the teachers and make sure that we're following up with the implementation.
And in terms of after-school programming or other things that also will enrich and help the students in their academic supports in terms of literacy.
It's a big part of it, quite frankly. As a father of an elementary school student that's taking advantage every Tuesday and Thursday of being at the school for an hour and a half, that has made a difference. And that's an opportunity that is in place at a majority of our schools across the district, especially at the elementary level. That's a big piece. We need it. We need more time with our kids. They miss time. And that additional time, even though it's not mandatory, it's important.
Thank you. And I remembered my comments from the last round that I started to say. I mean, I just want to echo what a lot of my colleagues have already said, like to see growth with students, especially our most vulnerable population, students with special needs. And especially when we're looking at all these other data points that are extremely concerning. I mean, I think that it's a huge shout out to the team. Thank you.
Trustee Dygard?
Thank you. Just finishing what I was trying to get at before is the children who were with us for last school year, I would think, they are the ones that had the full benefit of the systems and programs and everything that we had, all the different things that we have in place. And that's why I'm so curious to know how they might have differentiated at the beginning of this year. Because the possibility exists that helps us see what we've been doing that is or isn't yielding the desired results we want it to yield. I guess I theorized that it might tell a different story than what we're seeing here. And that group of kids might actually be on track for our goals. Follow-up question to Trustee Guthrie on page 17, just a question of clarity about differentiated instruction with the recovery lessons. So basically, we're using this as an opportunity of which concepts kids didn't understand, and then we're differentiating the instruction for each child if they didn't understand this TEKS. So we're making sure that they're getting these recovery lessons for that TEK, but then another kid may have missed something else, right? Am I correct in my interpretation of this
Dr. Madney?
recovery lessons concept?
Or Ms. Gardia?
Actually, what the recovery lessons are looking at the TEKS that the students are to master for that specific grade level, and then going back to the previous grade level and seeing what TEKS they need to learn in that grade level to be successful in the current grade level. So that's what we call the recovery lessons, because we want to make sure that we are teaching that prerequisite TEK to ensure mastery on the current grade level TEK.
I understood that part, but student A may be getting a different recovery lesson than student B in the same classroom.
Totally possible if the teacher is differentiating based on the student's needs.
Okay, because if kid A doesn't understand one thing and kid B understands it, but maybe doesn't understand something else, would we be repeating the same thing for the kid who already understood it?
There very well could be, depending on the structure in the classroom, a small group setting where that mini lesson could be focused on something, could be focused on reteaching, because we still do some small group instruction to focus our efforts on making sure we differentiate within the classroom. So it depends on the structure, and that is a best practice that we should be seeing as well.
Okay. And then page 18 of the presentation, you note that, I think it's second grade African-American kids actually increased. And do we know why? Like, what can we learn from that data?
What page were you on?
It was page 18, I think.
Packet page 18.
If I can read my own handwriting.
Dr. Madney?
Packet page 18, not presentation 18. So the PowerPoint page 8. There was it wasn't an increase. There was no decrease for African-American students, but we had decreases for all other populations. And so, what are you learning from that data so you can replicate, even though it didn't increase, I would still consider it a success compared to the others.
So that's another piece that is really critical to dig down to see, are there campuses that are outliers with this? Are there specific programs that are outliers with this? Is it the case that those campuses, what are they doing? Implementing the curriculum with fidelity, using some of these supports. So those are all of our next steps as we look at, okay, now how can we replicate it so that we can move forward with the other campuses as well?
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Trustee Hernandez?
Thank you. I'm going to go back to page 18 in the packet. No, sorry, not in the presentation. Sorry, 17. So the next, where it says next steps. Okay, so there's two next steps, right? One of them, I was just told that we don't have that for any of our Spanish-speaking students. So what extra are we doing for our Spanish-speaking students? Because we know that they were falling behind. We have that data. What are we doing?
Good afternoon. So we do have programs specifically for English language development as well as bilingual education, and it's also available within the curriculum. So not necessarily these two adopted curriculums, but in some of the district-wide curricular resources. We also have a team that provides professional development, on-campus coaching, so they visit teachers. We work a lot with ensuring that all of the teachers have the additional certification, so we actually provide, opportunities fully funded for teachers to continue their learning so that they do have English as a second language supplemental certification, but a lot of training, coaching, and then working with school leaders to have those systems in place so that we do have systems of supports. And some of our additional supplemental resources are computer-based, so students can get on. It differentiates for them within the lesson. It's also a small group available for teachers to target those students' specific language needs. We do work holistically within the Spanish language development or the English language development programs. And so there are specific standards around reading, writing, speaking, and listening, which go to your point on interaction. That is part of the program of having students talk to each other and collaborate. And so we provide models for that as well as side-by-side coaching with a team that goes out to schools to support teachers.
Thank you. Mr. House, I was a bilingual teacher. I taught in Spanish, and I had lots of trouble with resources in the language that I was teaching in. And it concerns me a lot that we're still having that problem. I know Trustee Cruz asked about Literacy by 3. Do we have the books in Spanish for Literacy by 3?
Ms. Cadilla?
Yes, ma'am. And approximately 2 years ago, we restocked all campuses with Literacy by 3 classroom sets as well as a school-wide library. So yes, there are books and they were provided in Spanish for the bilingual classrooms.
For the classrooms as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And then I want to go back to 1.3. Dr. Matney, can you tell me what the definition of migrant is here? Because I'm concerned that I would say that HISD has more than 25 migrant children in 3rd grade in all of HISD. So I'm kind of concerned about that data point. Maybe it's just a definition that I'm not understanding well.
Dr. Matney?
So we could get that for you, and that data point specifically, I've made a note to look and see, is the reason that our enrollment is really under 25, or is it just that they did not take the assessment? It could be that if it was their first week in school here, we didn't want to give them a Renaissance assessment. I've written down to look into that a little bit more.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more question for 1.32. There's a pretty significant difference in the data for females and males. Do you have any understanding of what the difference is between there? It's for 3rd graders for 1.3.
No, we noticed that also, and that has been a trend when you look at reading, and especially at the high school level, English 1 and 2, we see those same trends, and so that is a data point that we've made a note to watch to see if that's an anomaly for this beginning of your assessment, or if that's something that is ongoing and needs to be addressed.
Okay, and then just want to point out, we have our African American and Hispanic students way below our white and Asian students, and that's always concerning, but I know that we're trying to work to close that gap because we don't want to see that big gap. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to accept the presentation given to us. May I have a motion? Is there a second? We have a motion by trustee Flynn Villasecca and a second by trustee Santos. Please vote. 9-4, 0 against. Superintendent House, you now have the floor for your update to the board.
Okay, I will need the clicker if possible. Thank you, sir. All righty. So just a few items that I want to share, first of all. Just an update in reference to kind of what we're looking at in reference to data. I think everybody's up to speed in knowing that COVID indicators have shown that over the course of the last several weeks, things have moved in the right direction. As you can see on the far right-hand side at the bottom, purple, there has been a slight spike. This is essentially the holiday spike. It has not jumped off the books, which is a good thing, but we definitely want to continue to be vigilant around what we know is best for our students. You can see we're in the current threat level of yellow, and our hope is to continue to move in the right direction to green. The last time that we talked about vaccination rates in HISD, there was a question around how many people have been vaccinated. So we've provided some data here by department, by chiefs and the people that they are responsible for. So this is just a snapshot that Candace Costello provided for us most recently in staff meeting. Thank you, Candace, for this data. But this is just a snapshot of the grand total. Now, I will say that this grand total will be a little bit higher than where we are. This is right at about 70% of our overall staff that has been vaccinated, that we know of that has been vaccinated, that actually turned in documentation around our stipend that's been provided. This window closes on Friday, so we expect for this data to go up just a little bit. In conjunction to kind of COVID and vaccines, just in the last, this week, actually, we had a COVID-19 town hall. We've actually had a couple of those town halls. Again, Candace Costello is something that her department organized, and we had about 240 attendees that really came together. As you can see, these 4 doctors were a part of this town hall, answered questions around vaccines, really were able to share or dispel any myths that were out there. Great time spent. I had a chance to briefly open up and thank those individuals for being there, both our panelists as well as the individuals that were on the call. Just a little bit of information in reference to strategic planning. I know you've seen this slide, but we did hold our strategic planning leadership retreat this past Friday on December the 2nd. We launched surveys also and meetings with students and parents, teachers, business leaders will be coming up as well. We also collaborated with HERC to ensure that data and recommendations from all research studies done to date are leveraged in the plan that's developed. And finally, the plan will be finalized as we've indicated and shared publicly in March, that second week in March. So still very excited moving forward, putting a lot of time in on a weekly basis. I'm very proud of the team of 40 that came together during that time period to really focus their efforts. As I mentioned a second ago, kind of next steps in reference to strategic planning or some of the roundtables that we will be hosting. We've got some teachers coming in. We've got students coming in that will be getting additional insight. And then we're bringing in a group of CEOs from Houston as well. So very interested to get additional insights around the specific priorities that we're focusing on. Last couple things that I wanted to mention as well. It is kind of that season where if you have the opportunity to give, we definitely would like for you to give. We will in the district be facilitating a drive-through holiday giveaway, which will be tomorrow, providing food, boxes, turkey, STEM kits, books, and household supplies to 100 HISD families. Again, shout out to Candace Costello and her team to ensuring that this happens, and many of our students that may not have, or families that may not have an opportunity to get and celebrate in a manner that is happy and peaceful. The last thing I'll share is that my hope is that everyone has a peaceful holiday. It has been a very tough last 20 months, and people are looking forward to this break, and we're looking forward to people having this break as well. So with that being said, our families, our community, we really hope you have a peaceful and restful holiday. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Board members, we have been here for over 2 hours, so we're going to take a 15-minute bio break before we start on the second half of the program. We will be back at 7:03. Board is now reconvened in open session at 7:05 p.m. We have now come to the portion of our meeting for the hearing of the community. Speakers, we are glad you are here and look forward to hearing your views. Only those who registered by noon yesterday may speak this evening. Copies of handout materials must have been provided to board services by noon yesterday. We have 17 speakers registered this evening. Speakers are limited to 2 minutes each. I'd like to remind speakers that when addressing the board, please stay on topic and refrain from naming individuals protected under the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. However, naming your own child is permissible in the course of stating your concern. The board encourages and welcomes comments and input from our community, but we cannot respond to or deliberate on any subject that is not included on the posted agenda. That is, the board cannot deliberate or respond directly to a speaker in this format. For speakers appearing in person, we ask that you please speak directly into the microphone. The clock on the wall to your right and on the podium will count down your time and will signal when your time is up. I ask that you please respect our procedures and the other speakers and end your remarks promptly when the time has expired. We will begin with those appearing live in our auditorium. Would Chase Brown please come to the podium?
Good evening, trustees, board members, and superintendent House. Thank you for having us today. My name is Chase Brown, and I'm here with my two other team members today who are part of a Rice Student Advocacy team. This past semester, as part of a class, we've been working on an educational advocacy project in HISD in hopes of finding ways in which the district could improve and be even more effective. We already have shared our policy brief and fact sheets with you if you would like to check those out. We are speaking to you today as community members that are passionate about achieving educational equity in HISD, which according to the district is defined as ensuring that all students receive the resources, supports, and opportunities they need to achieve success in school, career, and life. And this passion for equity has led us to identify the importance of wraparound services program for the district. This program provides critical resources for underserved students, which is all the more necessary due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. In the 2021 school year alone, wraparound specialists have provided more than 1 million interventions, served on more than 270 campuses, and connected with more than 200 community members. There's no doubt that since the introduction in 2016, wraparound services has had a large positive impact on the HISD community, one which may serve as a model for future schools abroad. Across the few months and our efforts to research the wraparound services program, we have talked to HISD wraparound services specialists in high and low needs schools, done research on best practices in other schools, and talked with local education nonprofit leaders. In our conversation, one theme came up repeatedly. The needs of students range widely from campus to campus, validating the need for an equitable delivery model. Thus, with the biggest expansion of wraparound services happening this year, this is a great opportunity to make the improvements to the program in its mission of equity. Thank you.
Melissa Carmona.
Good evening, trustees, board members, and Superintendent House. My name is Melissa Carmona, and I am a student at Rice University. You already heard from my team member, Chase Brown, who spoke about HISD's mission of equity and the positive work of wraparound services. The success of wraparound services is dependent on understanding the work of wraparound resource specialists. These campus staff are the driving force behind the program, acting as liaisons between school campuses and communities in order to provide resources that students and families need. However, the standards used to measure the program's effectiveness do not take into consideration the unique needs that each campus holds. Under the current appraisal rubrics, resource specialists are encouraged to attain a certain number of student assistant forms, SAFs, which are forms that teachers, students, or parents submit for assistance. They are also encouraged to have a certain number of interventions, which are actions taken by specialists to provide students with resources each week. The recommended number of SAFs and interventions are solely determined by campus enrollment size. For example, to be deemed highly effective, an elementary school specialist must complete 96 interventions per week for schools less than 500 students and 111 interventions for schools with more than 500 students. However, student population is not the same or indicative of student need size. Evaluation methods like these do not take into account different levels and different types of need. This creates a system which distributes critical resources equally rather than equitably, which is a clear misalignment with HISD's education model. As a result, the current assessment tools diminish the potential success of wraparound services. For instance, we spoke to a resource specialist in a higher resource school where educational enrichment activities were much more needed than basic necessities like food, clothing, and shelter. Still, to get the number of interventions they needed to be considered effective, this resource specialist would mark actions like giving a water bottle or a box of crayons as an intervention. Ultimately, the current model encourages specialists to maximize the number of interventions and staffs, rather than working in the specific areas of need most prominent on their campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Anushka Gupta.
Good evening, trustees and community members. My name is Anushka Gupta, and I am also a student at Rice University. You just heard from two of my fellow students who spoke about the successes of the Wraparound Services Program and the opportunity to improve the district's mission of equity. We have 3 recommendations on how HISD can make wraparound programs more equitable using systems already in place to make improvements. First, the program should foster campus-level conversations with wraparound specialists and tailoring assessment standards to individual campus needs. Specialists are already encouraged to host weekly student at the center meetings to discuss the state of student needs on campus with school staff. Often in our conversations, we heard these meeting times were not being used optimally to better the outcomes of wraparound services. Second, we suggest using these meetings to redefine what interventions look like on a campus level, using the collective insights of school staff and existing needs assessment tools to restructure the ways wraparound specialist effectiveness is measured. Doing this allows for there to be individualized standards and goals for the wraparound services program at each campus, which can be later shared with the wider district. Just like Houston is not one size fits all, HISD is not one size fits all and should not be treated as such. While the wraparound program has made great strides in such a short time of expansion, it is still new in many schools, creating vital opportunities for improvement. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to present today. If you have any further questions, please feel free to reach out to us using the contact information on the fact sheet and policy brief we shared with you. We would love to hear from you and see the bright future wraparound services has.
Thank you. Yuv Sakdeva.
Hello, esteemed board members, trustees, and Superintendent House, and fellow community members. My name is Yusa Shteva, and I'm also a student at Rice University. Along with my 2 other colleagues, today we're going to be presenting to you all about the detrimental health effects of air pollution, the importance of air monitoring, and how schools, HISD schools specifically, can be an essential partner in community air monitoring. As you all may know, huge amounts of toxic chemicals are being released in the Houston area by major industrial plants and petrochemical facilities. These toxic chemicals include benzene and formaldehyde, and such exposures can cause symptoms like headaches, nausea, fatigue, vomiting, and digestive problems. If exposed to high concentrations, like many HISD students and families are, such effects can lead to high rates of asthma, respiratory diseases, and even several cancers like leukemia and lymphoma. At the heart of this problem, Black and brown communities in working class neighborhoods face greater vulnerability to toxic air exposures and their negative health effects. Minority communities are disproportionately exposed to toxic air emissions, so much so that compared to predominantly white communities in Houston, residents of certain HISD communities, like in Harrisburg, Manchester, face 22% higher risk of cancer than overall Houston residents. Such disparities can lead to cancer clusters, which have been identified in the 5th Ward and Kashmir Gardens, to name just a few, both of which are predominantly Black neighborhoods under HISD's jurisdiction. This is a health crisis for HISD students, their families, and employees of the district. Our students are the children who are the most vulnerable for developing these diseases and are at most risk in the future if we don't act now. Whereas HISD strives to make schools ideal places for learning and growth, we should also be committed to work on clean air together. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Cinco.
Hello, trustees and Superintendent House. My name is Sarah Cinco. You've already heard from my colleague Yuv about the problem of air quality in many Houston neighborhoods. Now, I will speak on the current state of air monitoring in Houston and why community air monitoring is an important step in air quality control. Air Alliance Houston has initiated a community air monitoring system to address the lack of air monitors and air quality awareness throughout the city. Through this voluntary system, Air Alliance installs air monitors and tracks pollution in each neighborhood that opts in. This data is used to address air quality problems and is accessible for any interested residents to view. Community air monitoring would empower communities to address air quality issues in 3 ways. First, the power of knowledge. Knowing what is in the air will allow community members to become agents of their own healthcare. Secondly, the importance of being prepared. Air monitors will allow community members to respond to air quality emergencies as soon as they occur, an example being chemical explosions. Third, catalyst to change. Knowledge and awareness about poor air quality and its effects will allow community members to act on this issue and push towards much needed change. Community air monitoring will allow communities to understand what's in their air, take care of their health, and work towards clean air together. Thank you.
Thank you. Elise Erickson.
Hello, my name is Elise Erickson. You've already heard from my colleagues Sarah and Yuv about air pollution and community air monitoring. Now I'm going to explain why HISD campuses are the ideal location for community air monitoring. The first reason is that children are most vulnerable to experiencing severe effects of air pollution, such as higher rates of asthma and leukemia. Thus, it's relevant to place air monitors at locations where children spend much of their time. Second, school buildings are permanent, well-known, central hubs of community life. Many people pass through, many people have connections to schools, and most people know where the schools around them are, or they can easily find out. This makes schools a good place to measure air quality since it can provide data that's relevant to a wide swath of the community. Third, schools are spaces for community learning. Community air monitoring is an opportunity for students, parents, and administrators to learn about and address air quality issues. We're asking the board to allow Air Alliance Houston to locate air monitors at HISD campuses. Air quality monitoring is an issue that affects each and every family within the district. Although air pollution disproportionately affects some communities over others, community air monitoring centered through HISD schools can help alleviate such discrimination and the negative effects of air pollution. Such community-centered air monitoring would involve air monitors placed at schools to collect air quality data, which is then disseminated to parents through third party like Air Alliance. Parents, teachers, and/or school administrators could volunteer to be community air monitoring leaders and have opportunities to improve air quality using data and experiences from community members. Ideally, this program would be expanded to meet the needs of the entire district so we can all work towards clean air together. Thank you.
Thank you. Jared Ledette.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent House. My name is Jared Leday, and my company, Branch Communications, is striving to become a solutions partner with Houston ISD to address the digital divide. With a high economically disadvantaged student population, the need to address the number of students without internet access at home is a growing concern across all districts. We have partnered with other districts across the state of Texas to provide this offering. Most school districts are spending approximately $15 to $20 a month per student for wireless provided MiFi devices. One greater Houston area district is spending more than $4.3 million to provide devices to over 18,000 students. This model is obviously not sustainable, and we're working feverishly to help mitigate that expense and reduce by over 75%. There's a required capital expense in this deployment and in the proposal, But some of these expenses can be addressed with the $12 million CARES Act that was recently approved by HISD in March. So what is our offering? Our offering is to partner with HISD, develop an independent network that is owned and operated to replace the existing carrier MiFi devices. Branch Towers would lease property from the school district at $1,000 a month on specific school locations to build towers. So for example, in other locations where we've built 20 towers, that would yield about a $240,000 revenue opportunity for HISD. There's a threefold prong approach in our proposal. One, it's a revenue generator for the district. Two, it's a significant savings in an expense. And three, it helps enhance wireless coverage in the area. So simply my goal today is in attending this meeting, is to find someone to partner with on this adventure. I've tried for countless months to try to find the correct individual within the school district with some of the changes that have taken place. I'm hopeful that someone will help me in identifying who the right and key individuals are.
Thank you. Chanel Foster?
Good evening. My name is Chanel Foster, and I'm a taxpayer and constituent of District 9 and a former student of James Madison High School. I'm here to share my concerns about the issues and current situation at James Madison High School and demand that the school board and proper authorities take action to ensure that the students' needs are being met. My concerns are allegations of inappropriate behavior towards female students from male coaches, inadequate and inappropriate leadership on campus, intimidation and retaliation tactics towards parents and students, cheating on the STAR test, and an overall negative and unproductive school environment that's not conducive to student success. Expectations are a thorough investigation by an objective party should be done to avoid protecting employees that are found to violate policy procedures that are put in place to protect students, and a new principal or leadership on campus. I understand that there are a lot of competent, successful, and hardworking teachers and administrators on campus already. I'm not referring to the entire faculty and staff. However, this is not the first time the current campus leadership has had issues. The school needs a leader with skills to engage students and foster collaboration and partnerships with parents and the community. If your house is on fire, the first priority is to survive. If you're trapped in a burning house, you expect the fire department to help. It's their job and what they're trained to do. If the fireman or woman arrives and questions you about your attire or bonnet or anything else for that matter while the house is in flames, you're going to go into survival mode, whether that's break a window, kick doors, or whatever it is to survive. Many of the students at Madison feel their school building is on fire and they are trapped. The leadership on campus apparently is concerned with other things instead of the priority, which is saving lives, by making sure students receive the support, tools, and resources to get a quality education. It's their job, it's what they're trained to do. So the students are in survival mode and choose to protest, yell, scream, lash out, whatever it takes to bring awareness and fight for a better education and opportunity in life. Total responsibility does not fall solely on the school district. It's going to take active support.
Thank you. Elizabeth Weaver?
Evening. I'm here to ask what the plan is for lifting the mask mandate and moving to a mask optional policy. For half a school year, many parents have been asking this question and we haven't received a clear response. I would hope that before you mandated something on 200,000 students, there was a plan in place regarding what you would need to see in order to return to a normal learning environment, especially now that it's clear that masks do have negative effects on learning and social development, even if those were unintended consequences. Houston is now at a moderate risk threat, and vaccines are now available for any adult or school-age child that would like one. So when will the mask mandate be lifted? I have heard whispers that it might be in the spring semester, but I haven't received any concrete information directly from the board. I did hear your comment earlier that this isn't the time for your response, and that's fine, but I would like a response in some form. Most of my emails go unanswered, and the few that have been responded to have been vague, directing me to someone else or not really acknowledging or addressing my questions. I know there's an election this weekend and private school application deadlines are around the corner. Personally, That's what my family, the route we're having to pursue just because of the lack of transparency and information we've received from the board. When I mentioned this at the October board meeting, one of the trustees responded that it was disheartening to flee the district instead of continuing to have courageous conversations, but I've emailed that trustee a number of times to do just that and still received no response. I've tried to be reasonable by complying with the mask mandate without being provided any data by the school leaders, so I'm hoping now can be your turn to be reasonable by providing parents with information about what the exit strategy is. I feel like that's a reasonable request, and I hope to hear from someone soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie McGill?
Hi, I'm Stephanie. I have a kindergartner in HISD. I've spoken before at these meetings, as has my husband, and we've previously spoken about the inefficacy of masks, the minute risks to COVID to children, the negative impacts of keeping children masked for as long as you have, the local data of diminishing COVID cases, and the increasing number of mask optional surrounding schools and districts. My question tonight is why not now? Why have you not lifted this mask mandate at HISD despite all of these factors? You have said that you will think about reevaluating safety protocols this spring, but why not now? Each passing day is another day forever lost for these children, and there seems to be no urgency on your part to consider ending this mandate. If you were waiting on a child vaccine to become available, it has now been available for over a month. I can't think of anything else you could possibly be waiting on, other than perhaps deadlines to pass for parents to consider enrollment elsewhere or the pending school board election. Neither of those should be your priority. Doing the right thing for these children needs to be the priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Janice Thomas?
Good evening, trustees and Superintendent House. I am Janice Thomas. I am a parent. I am also a grandparent. I'm also the founder of Discovering Youth State of Education Initiative. Pursuant to Section 26001 of the Texas Education Code, parents are partners with educators, administrators, and school district boards of trustees in their children's education. Parents should be encouraged to actively participate in creating and implementing educational programs for their children. On behalf of the parents, families, and community members that make up the State of Education Initiative, the position of our organization is to support Houston ISD educators, administrators, trustees, and community partners to improve outcomes for our children in our schools. The focus of our work of the State of Education is the outcomes of students who attend primarily low-performing schools. On November the 16th, we had introduced what we call the Pillars for Change. And I would like to say thank you to Trustee Blueford Daniels for coming out in support and hearing our parents as they presented the Pillars for Change. While there are many issues in our schools, I have invited parents of our State of Education Initiative to come out to raise their concerns on tonight. So following me, there will be other parents that's part of our work. Thank you.
Thank you. LaTonya Busby?
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to address the board. My name is LaTonya Busby. I'm a parent of a child that attends HISD school, and I'm also a member of Discovering Youth State of Education Initiative. As a member of Discovering Youth State of Education Initiative, I have spent the last year learning about challenges our children and our schools and communities and the needs of parents to be more involved. Through the collective efforts of parents and families and community members, the State of Education work is guided by 7 pillars of change. We believe all schools should ensure all students graduate with the essential knowledge and skills for life, college, career, and military services. All schools should have a strong visionary leader. All schools should be staffed with effective educators. All schools should welcome parents, family, and community members as partners in decision-making for schools in the neighborhoods. All schools should be equitably funded. Sorry about that, guys. To meet the unique needs of their students. All schools should maintain a safe and supportive environment for all the students, and all schools should have a curricular, programs, activities, and services that provide opportunities for students' achievement and growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Janisha Busby.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to address the board. My name is Janisha Busby. I am a parent I'm a parent of a child that attends Houston ISD. I'm also a member of Discovering You State of Education Initiative. Pillar 4 of Pillars of Change, Pillar 4 for Pillars for Change. All schools should welcome parents, families, and community members as partners in decision-making for schools in their neighborhood. I believe HISD is full of parents, grandparents, caregivers, and community members who want to have a hand in making their neighborhood schools the best they can be. The challenge is that many parents, especially those from under-resourced communities, are not provided with opportunities to be truly engaged in their community schools. Several Houston ISD schools located in under-resourced communities lack functional parent-teacher association or organizations. Although required by law, many of our schools' site-based decision-making committees lack equity. Many of the schools that do not have equity parent engagement and representation are also at risk of being closed because of low performance and under enrollment. We ask that you help us, help you, help our children, save our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikita Givens.
Good evening. I'm Nikita. I'm also a member of the Discovering You initiative. I'm a parent of children in HISD. Like Ms. Jenna said, we did have Ms. Kathy to join us at our Pillars for Change. We do appreciate you coming. And as I expressed to her that we have a lot of kids in these lower performance schools, underserved areas who have a lot of issues that they're facing, especially with the changes of coming back. These issues are not just a District 2 issue, this is everywhere. So we believe that it is the responsibility of all board members, all trustees, all staff, everybody with a heart to help get these babies back on track. With that, we're concerned with the bullying that's going on, the violence increase. We're asking that everyone jumps on board to do something before we are the next school of Detroit. We don't want to get there. We've seen the effects, and we don't want to be a part of that count. We have time to make changes, and I ask that everyone takes the urgency to make sure that these schools are staffed with nurses, counselors to help these kids get back. They already have went through enough, and they're enduring more. We are here to partner with you. We ask that you help us, help our kids, help save our schools, help save our communities. So we ask that you help us to promote the engagement. Help us help you. If we have something going on, or if you have something that you need that is there, we want to get our families involved. We want to get our communities involved. We are opening the doorway to be an assistance to help you get us there. We ask that you allow us to continue to promote positive relationships and increase the communications between the parents, the school, the community.
Thank you. Courtney Revels. Courtney Revels. Connie Moses.
Superintendent, trustees, and board members, thank you for allowing me to address the board. My name is Ms. Moses. I am a parent of a child that attends HISD school. I am also a member of Discovering Youth State of Education Initiative. I would like to address the need for a crosswalk and school zone at North Forest High School. I believe this issue needs attention, immediate attention. It is it is one that our parents and community members have expressed during the superintendent's listen and learn. School safety does not just begin when students enter a building. Students should be protected on their journey to and from school. Many of our children walk because the district does not have the resources to provide bus transportation. There are high schools in the Houston Independent School District that have school zones and crosswalks. Why not at North Forest? We are willing to do whatever it takes to get a proper crosswalk and school zone for North Forest High School. And we are asking that the board and district administrators let us know how we can help create a safer journey for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from a registered speaker who signed up to speak virtually via Zoom. Please remember that if you are signed up to speak via Zoom, you must see you live with your camera on as you speak. Any speaker not adhering to the camera requirement will be removed from the meeting. Again, comments are limited to 2 minutes each, and each speaker's Zoom connection will be terminated at that time. Ms. Jones, please admit Karen Allen.
She's no longer on the call. She's no longer on the call.
Thank you. We are now ready to consider the superintendent's agenda items. For the record, let it be reflected that agenda items K1 through K11 and their attachments are new. K12 and its attachment is new, and the item and one of its attachments have also been revised. The attachments to A3 are new, item B3 is new, and its attachment is new and revised. And attachments I1, I2, and K9 have been revised. Board policy requires trustees to excuse themselves and abstain from all discussion and votes pertaining to a contract that might involve a conflict of interest. As defined in board policy BBFA local, a conflict of interest is any circumstance that could cast doubt on a trustee's ability to act with total objectivity with regard to the district's interests. We will now consider items held for abstention and/or discussion. Each month, all action items begin on the consent agenda. If a trustee would like to have an item held for consent, they need to notify the district chief of staff, Sylvia Tran, by 8 a.m. on the Monday prior to the voting meeting. Trustees, as a reminder, everyone had an opportunity prior to this meeting to submit additional questions after agenda review to the administration. The Q&A document has been updated to reflect the additional questions. The updated Q&A was sent to all trustees via email, is in your SharePoint under December board meeting documents, and has been posted on the district website. Trustees request the following items to be held from the consent agenda. F1, authority to negotiate and execute an interlocal agreement with the University of Houston Downtown Center for Community Engagement and Service Learning Work-Study Internship Programs. I4, approval of the December General Fund Budget Amendment. K1, approval of proposed revisions to Board Policy AE Local Educational Philosophy, first reading. K2, approval of proposed deletion of Board Policy Payroll Procedures, Salary Deductions and Reductions, second reading. K6, approval of proposed revisions to Board Policy DED Local, Compensation and Benefits, Vacation and Holidays, second reading. Trustee Guidry, please confirm that you wanted items I1, I6, and K7 returned to the consent agenda.
That is correct, President Allen. Thank you.
Trustee, for each item of discussion, we will do 2 rounds of 2 minutes each. If an additional round is desired, that can be done with a motion, second, and a board vote. Our first item held for consent agenda is F1, authority to negotiate and execute an interlocal agreement with the University of Houston Downtown Center for Community Engagement and Service Learning Work-Study Internship Program. This item is being held at the request of Flynn Villaseca so that she is able to abstain. May I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Bluford Daniels. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Please vote. We have 8 for and 1 abstain. Our next item held for discussion is I-4, approval of December General Fund Budget Amendment. This item is being held at the request of Trustee Cruz. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second, Hernandez.
I have a motion by trustee and a second by Trustee Hernandez. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Trustee Cruz?
Thank you, President Allen. Okay, so my question is, when we approve the budget in June, and we're allocating the resources based on our priorities, et cetera, but every month we move a ton of money between functions. So my question is, so basically, whatever we approve can be changed pretty dramatically within the year. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's
Chief
correct.
Reed.
Oh, yes, that is correct. It can be. Again, our principals, and even our departments have that authority to move funds between those functions. So yes, that can change quite a bit. And I think I mentioned it earlier, probably back in August, September, that a lot of principals do put their funds in function 11, like in supplies, and then as they move into the year, they get some more clarity on where they may need to move some funds, then they start moving those funds out, and they can very well be not in function 11. That's just kind of their default, or has been.
Okay, and I understand that, and I believe principals should have autonomy, but my concern is, when we approve a budget in June, we're basically saying, these are our priorities, this is what we believe, that's one of our biggest responsibilities as a board, right, is we say, this is what we believe our priorities are. And so then every month I feel like it changes dramatically, and I understand what you're saying, but I just want to make sure I was understanding that correctly, so thank you.
Seeing no other trustees in the queue, please vote. We have 7 for and 2 against. Our next item held for discussion is K1.
Hernandez.
We have a motion and a second by Hernandez. Are there any comments or questions? Trustee Dygard.
Thank you. I mean, this policy is one of the most important ones we have, and I think it's important that we get this right, and we have struggled for months now to agree on progress measures, especially around constraint 5 as it relates to pre-K. And last week when we discussed this, Superintendent House said he was meeting with HERC. There was discussion last week about some findings in HERC's research for our district around pre-K, and so I had asked for Mr. House to, share with us what you learned in that conversation. And so I'm going to make a motion to some language that's been presented in the Q&A document, but I just wanted to ask you, is there anything you'd like to share about what your conversation was with HERC?
And as we indicated earlier or last week, HERC was in the building as a part of our strategic conversation this past week. We had 40 people in the room on top of I think 3 representatives from HERC, if I'm not mistaken. And so they were cross-functionally a part of a few different groups. So there were several different conversations that were happening during that time, specifically around one particular priority that we were working on around the strategic plan. So their insight and information was very, very insightful for us as we move forward with the strategic plan. We plan to continue to engage with HERC. I appreciate you and the changed language that we have in reference to this particular item. And we're looking forward to working hard to ensure that we accomplish what we need to accomplish through it.
Thank you, Superintendent House. I'm not going to make a motion on this first round of questions, but I'd like to direct everyone to the Q&A document on the first page and the language that HERC has suggested. Now, normally we own the constraint, but I think this should be language for us to consider. I'll make a motion on the second round, but I'd like to hear what y'all have to say first.
Thank you. Trustee Cruz?
Thank you, and I really do appreciate the work of the administration and HERC and everyone that was involved in this conversation. We've been talking about pre-K for a long time. I think that is one thing that definitely unites us as a board is that priority. So I think, this is critical, and I'm glad that we're taking the time to get it right. I definitely, I like the fact that this language is getting at the access. I referenced that heat map the last time we spoke about this and where the need is. And I know that a lot of my comments and a lot of the focus previously was on the number of seats, and that had a lot to do with the language of the constraint. But ultimately, I think what a lot of us feel, at least I speak for myself, but just given, the conversation we've had at the dais, is we want to make sure that the most vulnerable students that aren't accessing pre-K are getting pre-K. And I feel like this language gets closer at that. So a concern I could have is, okay, so if we're increasing access, then how do we ensure that we're actually enrolling the students? Obviously, we can't have, it's the chicken before the egg, right? Like, we have to have access in order for the students to enroll. So I do feel like focusing on the access is critical. So, and I do like the fact progress measure 3, like another indicator of quality, I think is also critical. Those are all my thoughts.
Trustee Hernandez?
As y'all know, I'm a huge supporter of early childhood education, and I am so glad for the work that you have done, Mr. House, that HERC has done, that your administration has done, and I am in support of the changes that have been brought. So thank you.
And I would like to add, to kind of go back to Trustee Dygard's question, the language, if it's not in front of you, I think you should have had access to it. The HERC has seen that, approved that, and is very supportive of that as well. So just wanted to make sure that we were clear on HERC's ability to take a close look at it and really be supportive of the language that's in front of you right now.
Trustee Song?
I'd like to thank Trustee Flynn-Villaseca for originally proposing this constraint last year. I'd like to thank Trustee Dygard for introducing the idea of revising it, and thank Superintendent House and HERC for their further work on this. I have 2 questions. Superintendent House, we're looking for the sweet spot between ambition and attainability. Speak to us a little bit about how you see this as attainable.
Sweet spot and attainability.
We want it to be ambitious, but something we can achieve. So talk to us about achievability on this time frame.
So I think it goes back to the presentation that Dr. Madney gave earlier. It's making sure that we have quality curriculum in place, making sure that the stop gaps are in place as well, for concepts that students have missed, making sure that we have enough access. And a big part, again, of the strategic work that we have to focus on is making sure that we have access in the right places as well. So that variety throughout our school district, and making sure that variety includes the areas of town, something that our Deputy Superintendent Rick Cruz pushes our team on and has shared on a few different occasions. An important fact that we know that research shows that if families live beyond the 2-mile mark, in many cases, they won't go to a pre-K or early childhood opportunity. So making sure that we push ourselves to understand that, live by that, and in our actions as we develop the strategic plan, make sure we're adhering to it as well. So the attainability is all about making sure that we execute, we utilize the research behind us, and we move forward in the manner without the fear of any type of retribution behind politics. We have to focus on the needs of our children, and that's what we're going to focus on.
I love the spirit. I'm really excited that we're going to move forward so aggressively on this priority. My second question has to do with pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 students. When we define here access to an open seat, is that applying to both students who qualify for pre-K tuition free and for students who qualify for pre-K where they have to pay tuition?
So, Dr. Cruz, would you like to share in reference to kind of the qualifications of pre-K?
Sure. We actually, as the superintendent indicated, we had Erin from HERC, who's kind of their expert on pre-K with us, and actually jotted down a whole bunch of considerations, including that aspect around expanding eligibility, not just for students who qualify for no tuition, but all students. So in fact, tomorrow the superintendent has, as kind of a follow-up to last Friday's strategic planning, we're going to revisit that. So that is something that's going to come out of the strategic plan, is kind of some more of that nuanced information around who would qualify. But I think the spirit of it is to increase as much access as possible across the board. That's what the superintendent has charged us with, is really making it as universal as we possibly can and to remove all barriers.
So how is progress measure 1 here going to be defined then? Is it inclusive of all pre-K students or pre-K age students, regardless of economic status, or is it focused on those who qualify under the state guidelines for tuition free?
The goal is to focus on as many as possible. So to go beyond those that are qualified. We want to capture, and as you've heard Trustee Dygard talk about, how can we attract those back that are not in our school district as well. So we're wanting to focus on as many people that need the support in reference to a pre-K possibility as well, not just the qualified.
So that we would get to a place by 23-24 where all students, regardless of all pre-K age students, would have an open seat, a seat if they wanted it.
Dr. Cruz?
So just to add, with regard to the way the progress measure is currently drafted, it does say eligible students, right? So that's the priority, is the students who are really highest need. But as the superintendent indicated, the spirit of this and what's going to come out of as we shape the strategic plan will be really access for all students. So the language itself is focused on with regard to the progress measure, is on the eligible students.
Okay.
But again, the plan itself is going to reflect exactly what the superintendent just shared right now. Really, how do we increase access for all students, not just those who are eligible?
Okay, I see. Thank you. And then thoughts on progress measure 3? Superintendent House?
Let's see. Bring it up. This is the one we added, correct? And what's your question?
The HERC comments seem to be that that should the constraint be changed, then a third progress measure would be added, an indicator of quality that is not state required. So what is your thinking around that?
We're completely supportive of this recommendation and are prepared to adhere to it as needed.
What would the timeline for that be?
Can you say that one more time?
Were the board to pass this revision to the constraint, then what would the timeline be for a third progress measure to be added?
Hadn't really thought about a specific timeline. It's February? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Those
Chief
are all my
Trent.
questions, thank you.
Trustee Blue for Daniel.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a question, excuse me, a quick question. What are the processes that will be utilized to identify within a 2-mile radius, because that's part of this explanation here, what processes are you using to identify potentially pre-K 3 and 4? In other words, if you've got 30 children out there, how would you know that you have 30 children out there? And how would you reach them? What process would you use to try and encourage them to have those kids put into the programs?
Deputy Soup Cruz.
Yes, sir. So in fact, we're very fortunate that HERC has actually created heat maps for us. So we already have a sense of where parts of town there's that gap in terms of demand and supply, if you will. So that's already a starting point. In fact, one of the things we started this past Friday as part of the strategic planning is talking exactly about that second part of your question around how do we then market this, recruit students. So some great ideas surfaced out of that strategic planning. Again, tomorrow with the superintendent, we'll dive right back into them. But that is certainly something that I think is going to be addressed as part of the strategic plan, not just how do you increase the programming, but how do you get out into the community and get the students and families in the programs.
Absolutely, because obviously the HERC study is a good tool to identify the heat map where the need is. That's fine. But the HERC study will not identify when there's been people that have moved cross district or communities, and then if they have those children that are eligible. So if I move from one area and move to another, you would have no way of knowing that. The HERC study wouldn't tell you that. So that's why I want to know how that's marketed.
What we should know is what the trends are, especially if we're talking about some of our families, especially some that are in subsidized housing, because those trends are extremely helpful moving from one either apartment complex or particular community to another. So where we might not know exactly what address to the next address they might land, we do know what some of the trends are in the city, and utilizing that hot map data will still be very helpful in terms of what that looks like.
And I appreciate that. It's just concerning because we still have children that we have not been able to find overall. We're at 196,000 compared to 200,000+. So it just concerns me what that outreach would be and how to identify it, so people can take advantage of the opportunities for the K3 and 4 programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Santos? Trustee Dygard, did you still want to remain last? We have a couple of people in the queue that on round 2.
I'd like to go for round 2, please. I'd rather not go last because I'd like to
Then it's your
formally
turn.
make this as an amendment. Okay.
Okay.
So any of our colleagues that have not done round 1 who want to speak to this first, and then I'll make my amendment. Does it make sense?
All right, I just need a clarifying.
Yes, Trustee Santos, because you have not spoken yet.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. So Superintendent House, and I apologize, Dr. Cruz. So the superintendent shall not allow the district to operate without providing high-quality, full-day pre-K 3, pre-K 4 and kindergarten programs throughout the district at locations based on a data-driven centralized method for identifying. Okay, so there was something that you said at the last board meeting, Superintendent House, about capacity. So could potential language, and forgive me for not trusting the intent, policy sometimes has a way of getting away with itself. So could it be something as quality as, qualify. I can't read my handwriting, sorry. So those that qualify first and then build in that, the second half of where it all, so if those that qualify for pre-K get first dibs, and as we build and build capacity, then if you build it, they will come, right? People are going to want to come, so our kids they're going to want to send their kids to our pre-K program. So you said it first. Now I remember. You said quality first and then quantity, and so that's
It's the opposite.
so I love spirit and I love intent, but
how can we make sure that our kids who need it most first will get it first?
Yeah, last time it's actually flip-flopped. We talked about some work that we were doing with the Texas United Council, which is a group of the largest school districts in the state of Texas. And the research that was presented during that time period showed that if there was the ability to concentrate on something and you couldn't concentrate thus far on quality, focus on quantity first and build the quality along the way. Because you can definitely get your bang for your buck by just exposing kids and having them in a pre-K 3-4 classroom. And then as you build capacity in the teachers along the way, in the school along the way, you get a bigger bang out of your buck. So it's actually the quantity, which is something out of our strategic work that we're definitely going to be focusing on. And then we're at the same time we're working at pushing the quality as you heard our curriculum folks, our special ed folks talk about today. So we're going to be continuing to push on both ends as a part of our strategic work.
I think that that's kind of a false choice only because if you have like Trustee Buford Daniel said, people don't have that ability to access or know that there's a pre-K 3-4 program that's going on. And then somebody that does, they're going to come first. And those that would have needed it the most aren't going to be able to fill those seats. And then they're going to be stuck out. So those limited seats that would be there for those that need it the most are going to be taken by the quantity. So that is what my fear is whenever we don't think about that.
Quantity, when I'm speaking of quantity, I'm talking about as many slots as possible. So we can get at that priority group that you're speaking to, and those others that might want to be in our school as well, that live within that 2-mile radius. But on top of that, ensuring that we're continuing to push the idea of quality as well. So I hear what you're saying. I think you're talking about quantity, quality, and priority. In terms of a group that would qualify for the program also. I think all three are very important, and it's going to be a part of what we're doing in the strategic work moving forward.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'm sorry I misunderstood you, but thanks.
Yep.
Trustee Hernandez?
I have a quick two-part question. One, do you know when the HERC study is from? And two, can we get a copy of those heat maps? That's it.
We'd be glad to get you copies.
Trustee Dygard?
Thank you. So before I put forth this amendment, I have a couple questions for you, Superintendent House, and I want to make some clarity that we're talking about the HERC proposed amendment, not the one from agenda review. So as this has been put in the Q&A document, Mr. House, do you think that this allows for you to push that quantity while simultaneously pushing for improved quality, as you've?
That's going to be our focus anyway. We know that we, as Trustee Santos just indicated, we know we have to push both.
Okay.
So yes, I believe this language speaks to the need, and it speaks to what we'd like to execute as well.
Okay. And then my next question, and this is about the zoned part. So for example, you might have an area where you've identified need, but there's not capacity within the school in that zone, but maybe there's a Head Start or Avance that's in close proximity with right outside the zone. Does this box you in and not that you wouldn't pursue that, but it wouldn't? Does that become problematic with the languages from the HERC?
No, I don't think so. I think you have to look at all avenues, and that includes partnerships as well. That's something that we, Deputy Superintendent Cruz and Chief of Staff Sylvia Tran, when we were in San Antonio with Tuck, it's something that was presented as well, because we have to look at all avenues to ensure that if we don't have access as a school system to cover all of the spots that need to be covered, look at the partnerships in town. So we'll be looking at all avenues within our capacity, within the capacity of others that we may be able to partner with as well. So there's no shame in our game in providing slots that we might not be able to provide, but a partner can provide. I think there's opportunity to ensure that we partner from the professional development standpoint with those organizations and ensure that we're staying on the same page to move our kids where they need to be moved.
But, and yes, but as constraint progress measure 5.1 is proposed in the Q&A document, if you had that partnership with, say, Avance, and it was right outside of a zone, and you couldn't increase the seats within the zone, it doesn't count in the data for CPM 5.1. Are you okay with that? Still the right thing to do for
If
kids.
children are getting seats and a quality education, I'm okay with it.
Okay, I'm totally okay with that too. I just wanted to just clarify.
We'll make
All
the
right.
first ditch effort to do it ourselves, but we have to do what's best for kids, and if that includes, partnerships around town, which we have some, already in the district. So we're open to what that looks like and open to it in the future also.
These are what you're held accountable to, and I just wanted to point out that there could be some spaces like that. So, all right, so I'm going to make, and one more thing, because this is language for the progress measure, but in hearing the questions and concerns of some of my colleagues, I wonder if there could be the language of, in identified areas of highest need in that constraint progress measure, but that would be for you all to bring back to us. I'm going to now move to amend AE local, the language for constraint 5, and I'm going to tweak it slightly from what is in the Q&A document to add the phrase "for all students." So the motion would read, "The superintendent shall not allow the district to operate without providing high-quality, full-day pre-K3, pre-K4, and kindergarten programs for all students throughout the district at locations based on a data-driven, centralized method for identifying areas of highest need."
Second, Hernandez.
We have a motion by trustee Dygard and a second by trustee Hernandez. Do we have any discussion? Trustee Song?
Following on the discussion we just had about the proposed amendment to progress measure 5.1. So I think all of our progress measures for all of our goals and constraints have always been HISD students, HISD schools. We've never had to say HISD students or HISD schools because it's always been by default been HISD. So that's how I'm reading this progress measure as well, that the percentage of eligible pre-K3, pre-K4, and kindergarten students zoned to HISD with access to an open seat in a full-day early learning program. I read that by default as being an HISD full-day early learning program within their zoned elementary boundary. And I'm wondering, am I reading it correctly, given what we just discussed about we might need to go with partnerships?
Trustee Song, I'm sorry, but the progress measure isn't part of the amendment. It is just the constraint that's being
okay.
changed. So
Is that
our
correct?
conversation needs to be tied to the constraint.
So we don't make motions to amend the constraint progress measures. We can change the constraint. The administration would need to bring, and they've brought us this language tonight. I'm focusing on the constraint first because we shouldn't change the constraint progress measure until we pass the constraint.
Let me revise my comments
Okay.
to the constraint. So then, if the constraint is around providing high-quality, full-day pre-K3, pre-K4, and kindergarten programs throughout the district, then the way I read that is that the district needs to provide those programs. But are we saying that it counts if we are identifying programs provided by others? Or do we ourselves need to provide them? To help me better understand the constraint language.
So Trustee Sung, I think this should be us providing it, but that us providing it, I think, could include if the superintendent said, Head Start or Avance, hey, you have the capacity to provide the seat in a community where there isn't space in our actual HISD building, and it's then governed by some contract that we have with them, not just, oh yeah, we can send kids over here, but where it's under our umbrella, so that there are students, they're held to our standards for teachers and program and everything.
Superintendent House, in the case of that kind of a partnership, would the students still be HISD students?
We would have to look at, we would have to get legal involved to determine exactly what that would look like. That would be my hope, but I couldn't emphatically tell you what that would look like. But it would definitely be a legal question. We would like to see them have, again, seats. That would be the focus. That would be the priority. The logistics outside of that, we would just have to work out.
Okay. And Trustee Sung, I wouldn't consider us sending a kid someplace else and not being on our
campus
enrollment rolls as within the spirit of this constraint. Because does that get to what you're asking?
My concern is around quality and how we control quality if they're not our students. Yeah. And the language here is providing high quality. And that's what I care about, is our children receiving the high quality service we know make a difference for them. Okay, thank you. I think my question is addressed.
Currently, it's my understanding, some of our partners are on performance contracts, from what I understand. And that would be the intent of future partnerships as well. So we would like to grow our, and I've heard Ms. Hutchins-Taylor talk about our performance contracts. Is that correct? No. Dr. Cruz, would you like to share a little bit? Dr. Cruz, would you like to share a little bit of additional information inside here?
As General Counsel just indicated, we have, of course, existing partnerships with, in fact, some with early childhood providers. And Alnita, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain they still count as our students. So it's an agreement where we still have standards around our expectations, where we could still address things such as quality, but they are managed by these providers that have more capacity, and yet they're still our students.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Cruz?
Thank you. Can we get it back on the screen? Oh, thank you. So I'm completely in favor of, again, the access piece, and my hope would be that they are under our umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what that looks like, can be very open, and I feel like the word partnership has a negative connotation in this state, and I think that partnership can look a variety of different ways, and I would hope that as a board we would consider making sure that access, and I feel like we spent a lot of time last year tightening up our performance contract policy to ensure that quality piece. And I would hope that we, as a board, really take that into account and think about increasing access without, we know that our capacity in our buildings will not get at that heat map and where our students have the most need. And so I hope that we will not let that get in the way of supporting this kind of language. I did have a question about the constraint progress measure, but I'll leave that. I guess I can't ask that right now.
To be focusing on the language of the constraint. If that's amended, then we can go back and talk about AE, the base AE local.
Okay.
But right now, we need to talk about the amendment that's on the table.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Trustee Santos?
Is it me, or did we just go from like 0 to 200 in 1.2 seconds? With the intent, again, Dr. Cruz, last week, Superintendent House, you talked about building capacity, building and growing our teachers, building and growing our buildings, having conversations with the community for these pre-K programs. And now we're talking about partnerships and charters and charter contracts. That's what this. Okay, in the last 5 minutes, charters, all of that conversation was had up here, and y'all said this is premature. We're talking about how do we go from a goal progress measure to having the dialogue that y'all just had. So that is my concern, and I feel like now we've shifted away from the intent and the spirit of really good work to talk about business and not kids. So if this is where that's going, count me out. So if we're going to talk about building and growing our teachers and building and growing pre-K programs and servicing our students, then absolutely. But if you're talking about building and growing contracts, then I'm not okay with that.
I think I think there was just a little misunderstanding. When we talk about partnerships, we talk about partnerships from the standpoint of pre-K providers that might be in places or have capacity that we don't, that we can partner with in our own facilities to ensure that we meet that capacity need or quantity need that we might not get to. So I know you mentioned charter. That was not the intent of the conversation. It was about building out enough spots from a quantity standpoint and working on the quality along the way.
My notes from last week talked about the bond and talked about building, pre-K programs inside of schools, talked about hiring more teachers, and, we talked about all that. So if we're not having conversations on how we're going to build our teachers up and our buildings up, our facilities up, and if we're not talking about those things, then you've lost me. Because I think that all of this conversation is how does this pertain to the goal progress measures we're talking about right now? And I get it, trust me, I'm very familiar with SB 1882 and partnerships and how their enrollment is still here and it's 5% I know with all of that stuff, right? I know everything that you're talking about, but that's not what, my heart was happy because we were gonna help kids, and now you went from, okay, just moving on.
Trustee Bluford Daniels.
Thank you, President Allen, because I was listening to the words used, and my concern is, I love the word, as I think Santos alluded to, quantity to capitalize on quality. That's the way I would kind of frame it. And with that, I have concern with increasing access to those with that opportunity for quantity. And what I'm trying to say is there will be people that, based on income, will not have information to capitalize on the opportunity for a seat. And so that obviously affects the quantity. And then you'll have those that may be in an area that are communicating and they take advantage of all the seats. And then going back to what somebody else alluded to, then you still don't have those kids, you have those kids that gets the information post-enrollment that we're not able to capitalize on it. So I guess my concern is the haves and the have-nots. The ones who need it the most and the ones who will take advantage of it. And that's my comment, because I don't want to box us in with this verbiage without prioritizing that the ones, I know we can't say the ones who need it most. Well, yeah, it does say the ones with the highest needs. It's identified. Okay, all right, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Trustee Cruz.
Thank you. So I just want to address some of the concerns that were brought up by my colleague, and I think my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that partnership can look a lot of different ways. And I think the language of this proposed constraint is addressing the fact that we do not have the capacity within our buildings. in areas of high need. I mean, the HERC study 2 years ago demonstrated with the heat map, in certain areas of town, English learners, students low income are not accessing because there is no pre-K program. And I think there are entities, Trustee Dygard mentioned some of them, Avanza, Head Start, folks that are already doing the work that we can partner with to ensure that more students are coming into our classrooms. So I don't think this means charter schools. Yes, our performance contracts as they exist, some of them are charter schools. I don't think it means, there's no language in the performance contract policy that states it has to be a charter school.
Actually have a I believe it was either Kashmir Elementary that we placed a pre-K on a performance contract. So I think I understand what the miscommunication is. It's the language that I'm using, but they are a partner. They're not a charter partner. They're just a partner that we have a performance per se contract with to increase capacity in that needy area. Yeah.
And that's what I think before last week.
Yeah.
That's what I was referencing.
Yeah.
Trustee Dygard?
Thank you. I think we got off on a different direction in my response to Trustee Sung's question, which I interpreted to be if a child is enrolled, in a preschool program that is not under our umbrella, if it's an HISD student, does it still count in this? And my answer would be only if we had, such as an Avance or a Head Start, that we had a partnership with them where the child was our student, where we got to control for quality, right? That's how we wound up down this path. It is not I think this is what we should be doing. That is the superintendent's discretion on if that's how he feels in certain spaces to meet the need. And I would like every one of these children to be in our buildings. There are two challenges to that. One, we need a bond to have more classrooms in our buildings. And the other thing is keeping in balance to not create childcare deserts for our kids up until age 3. This is something other districts are grappling with as well, and not just us. And to Trustee Bluford Daniel, your concern is a valid one. How do we make sure that it is the children who most need it, whose families may not know how to go seek this out on their own? And I think that's why the new progress measure is written the way, or constraint is proposed the way it is from HERC, of identifying the areas of highest need. And so if that's still a concern, we can talk about changing that. But I thought that was, HERC's language recommended to us to try and address how do we make sure it's the kids who need it the most.
Thank you. With no other trustees in the queue, we will vote on the motion. The superintendent shall not allow the district to operate without providing high-quality full-day pre-K 3, pre-K 4, and kindergarten programs for all students throughout the district at locations based on a data-driven, centralized method for identifying areas of highest need. Please vote. Nine for, 0 against. Now we vote for the full K1 agenda with the amendment.
That's correct.
Please vote.
So the board is changing the progress measure?
The administration in the Q&A, gave some language recommended by HERC for a new constraint and a constraint progress measure 5.1. So if we vote on K1 as amended, we're not including this new language in the Q&A document. So that would need to get brought to the table first before we vote on K1.
I think it needs to be a motion to direct the administration to add
That's
a
exactly where
progress
I'm going.
measure. Exactly. I don't think you need to vote on what that progress measure would be, but directing the administration.
But we don't get to tell him what it's going to
Exactly.
be. And that was what my motion was going to be, is I move that we direct the administration to bring us back a revised progress measure 5.1 and a recommended progress measure 5.3 no later than the February regular board meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? We got people in the queue. Trustee Song?
Is there a reason why we don't want to pass 5.1 today? So I think we have two options. We can take out 5.1 as proposed because that no longer aligns to the constraint 5 as amended. Or I think we could substitute in the recommended language that Superintendent House has brought to us for constraint progress measure 5.1 and pass it today. Is he going to bring us something different? If not, why not pass it today so we can start getting...
The only reason why I'm saying technically not, because it is not part of the agenda item. That recommended language is not part of the agenda.
She has something to say.
Sorry. I didn't hear. The agenda item
Chief Trent.
Thank you, Mr. House, and thank you, trustees. The reason, Trustee Sung, the constraint progress measures, we're not recommending those to be voted on or adopted is because we still have excess, if you notice, on the recommended one, on the Q&A, the first one, will increase from X percentage points. So we still need time to, since if the constraint changes, then we will work on the data for that.
Okay, great. It's not ready yet, then I'm good. Then I'll make a motion later. Thank you.
Trustee Cruz?
So I can ask my questions now about the progress measures?
No.
No, I wanted clarity. Okay, can I just ask a clarity? Okay, so I love that it's 100%. Thank you, administration. I just wanted clarity on the zoned.
Trustee Cruz, I am so sorry. There is an amendment on the table. If you have a question about the amendment, you may ask that question. Once
Okay.
that amendment is passed, if you have any other question about AE local, you may ask it at that time.
Thank you. Okay, that was my question. Thanks.
And the amendment was intentional for the reason that Ms. Trin pointed out. Otherwise, I would have gone with where you were trying to go, Trustee Sung.
Trustee Dygard, could you repeat your motion one time so that we will make sure we have it in for the record?
Yes, I would be happy to. I move that we direct the superintendent to bring back to the board no later than the February 2022 regular board meeting, revised progress measure 5.1 and a new progress measure 5.3, constraint progress measure 5.3.
Second, Hernandez.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. 9-4, 0 against.
Double check to make sure there's no further discussion on AE local as twice amended, because I think Trustee Cruz has a discussion issue.
Trustee Song?
Thank you, Madam President. So now, as twice amended, we have constraint 5 with a constraint progress measure of 5.1 under it that is not aligned. So should we delete constraint progress measure 5.1? Lisa, are you going to tell me we shouldn't do that?
You certainly can, or you can wait in 2 months for when a progress measure 5.1 is going to be amended by the administration anyway. So you can handle it either way.
Is there any issue, Superintendent House, with having a constraint progress measure on the books that we don't intend to keep?
I think, given the expected time frame between now and February, there's not a major issue, so we'll do what the will of the board is at this time.
Okay, fine by me then.
Trustee Cruz?
Thank you. I'll be fast. Okay, so zoned elementary, my question is, what is the radius of most zones, or do we have an idea? I know that the HERC study referenced students within a mile of their homes. Do we have any idea? I mean, a ballpark? I guess, does this get to that, I guess is my question. Does it address the heat map?
Deputy Superintendent Cruz, would you like to share some insight there?
We can get you more clarity around the parameters around zoned. I don't have that offhand. I will say, though, again, in consultation with HERC, they felt that this was
Okay.
this was going to support that recommendation and that distance.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
With the motion for item K1 with the amendment, please vote. Nine, 4, 0 against. Our next item for discussion is K2, approval of proposed deletion of board policy CFEA local, payroll procedure, salary deductions, and reductions, second reading. This item is being held at the request of Trustee Guidry. Trustee Guidry, I'm sorry, may I have a motion? May I have a second? I have a motion by Santos and a second by Hernandez. Are there any comments or questions? Trustee Guidry.
Yes, thank you. Superintendent House, on this language is removing the employee's right to voluntarily make deductions from their own checks. And so, but it further says, though, that the administration will revise its policies to allow for the employees to make other deductions. And my question is, has that revision been done within your regulations? Because my concern is for us to remove the employees' autonomy to make deductions from their own checks, and then there's no provision for them to, in the administrative guidelines, to make it deductions.
Chief Reed, will you please offer clarification?
Sure. First of all, things like, for example, the insurance programs, deferred compensation, and the cafeteria plans are in the legal side, right? So those are already there. The United States savings bonds and I think annuities and the credit union are the three that aren't in this local policy. But what we're going to do is we want to put those in the administrative regulation, and we are finalizing that. But I don't want to change the regulation until the local policy is changed or removed. But yes, it will be moved to the regulation. So then if we want to add something, so when employees come in and ask if we can do deductions and we as administration agree to that, then we'll just go ahead and add it to the administrative regulation.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Santos?
I apologize, I don't have my Q&A in front of me, and I don't have my technology, Superintendent House. What would happen in the case where the district admin decided to reduce the number of days employees can roll over? It's based on this policy.
Chief Reed?
That is not this policy.
Am I in the wrong one?
That's K6. We on
I'm not-
K2.
we're-
That's the next one.
That's K6.
We're on K, which one?
Two.
That's-
Thank you, sorry.
Seeing no other questions in the queue, please vote. Nine, four. 9-4, 0 against. We have one more. Our next item held for discussion is K6. Approval of proposed revisions to Board Policy DED Local, Compensation and Benefits, Vacations and Holidays. Second reading. This item is being held at the request of trustees Guidry and Santos. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? We have a motion by trustee and second by trustee Bluford Daniels. Trustee Santos.
What would happen in the case where the district admin decided to reduce the number of days employees can roll over?
What would happen if,
If the district admin decided to reduce the number of days employees can roll over?
I don't think we have anyone here from our talent office. Do we? Oh, yes, we do. I didn't see you two ladies back there. If you guys don't mind coming up and sharing some insight with us, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, never mind. Just kidding.
Thank you.
And trustees. Okay, so the question was, what if the administration reduces the number of days?
Decided to reduce the number of days employees can roll over.
So the local policy that we have does say that the board extends to the superintendent the authority to allow eligible employees.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry. So the regulation, and I don't know if we gave you a copy of the regulation, but we also want the regulation also is changing it from a maximum of 30 days to carry over to a maximum of 50 days. So we are putting it in the regulation, and it does also it is still in the local policy, exceptions number 1, where the board is saying, or the board is extending to the superintendent the authority to allow eligible employees the opportunity to carry over the maximum of 50 days. So really, we're just setting it, so it's going from 30 days to 50 days.
Okay, all right, and then my next question, Superintendent House, is the district planning to make any changes to the vacation policy? Or the maternity?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Is the district planning to make any changes to vacation policy?
No,
to my
no.
knowledge.
All of that will stay the same. Again, we took out, you'll notice we took out where it says 0 to 9 years, 10 to 18 years, 19 plus years. We took that out because it's really not the board's policy, that's the administration's policy. So we just took it out of the local policy, but it is still in the regulation.
Okay,
But we're not changing any of that policy.
okay. All right, I think, hold on. And so if y'all did change, if you did decide to change the vacation policy, since it is your policy to change, how would you notify district employees?
We could definitely send out a mass email to all employees.
So,
I'm sorry, not all employees, because vacation is
Those
only for
affected.
12-month employees.
Right,
Yes.
okay. And you just prompted a question, so can I submit that as a referral from up here? How can we get maternity leave? Maternity leave, like, we currently don't have maternity leave, right, for teachers? And for paternity leave.
So employees that need to take maternity leave may take family medical leave. They can take their 12 weeks of FML. They do have to use their leave time, which is what you're going to. They do have to use their leave time during that time of absence. So you're saying to have an additional leave bank for specifically maternity or paternity leave?
And paternity, yeah.
Yes, yes. Of
So
course.
we couldn't.
So, well, we can add that to the options that are coming through with the compensation plan that we're currently working on. We can definitely, add that.
I mean,
to-
I know that's going to be a lot, so just, if I could just see what that would look like.
Sure.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Thank you so much.
Seeing no other questions in the queue, please vote. Nine for, 0 against. Next is consideration and approval of minutes from November the 11th and 18th of 2021. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second,
Yes.
Hernandez.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please vote. Nine for, 0 against. We're now ready to consider items discussed in executive session. Are there any motions?
I move that the board approve a finding of no good cause for educators to resign or abandon employment contracts without district consent under section 21.105C, 21.1060C, or 21.21.0 of the Texas Education Code as discussed in closed session, and authorize the superintendent or his designee to submit a written complaint to SPEC to impose sanctions and discussed in closed session effective December 10, 2021.
Second. We have a motion by trustee Hernandez and a second by trustees. Please vote. Eight for, 1 against.
I move that the board approve the balance of the closed session personnel agenda, including specifically that the board approve issuance of final orders on contract terminations and non-renewals as discussed in closed session effective December 10th, 2021.
We have a trustee motion and a second. Please vote. Nine for, 0 against. That it? Okay. We are now ready to consider the balance of today's agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the balance of today's agenda by consensus?
President
Is there
Allen?
a second?
President, I
We
just want
have
to
a
make,
motion
just
and a
want to
sec-
make clear for the record that that balance of the agenda included I-1 and K-7 that were returned to the consent agenda. Yes, please, thank you.
We're ready to consider the balance of today's agenda, which also includes I-1, I-6, and K-7.
K-7.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any comments? Please vote. Nine for, 0 against. We're now ready to hear reports and comments from board members. Please limit your time to 1 minute per trustee. Let's start at trustee Song.
I'm very appreciative of the speakers tonight. I really appreciate in particular the Rice University students who showed up with papers and research to help us better understand HISD programs and with such great suggestions as well. Very appreciative of that, appreciative of our parents who came to give us their firsthand experience as parents of supporting their children to learn to read. And I'm very grateful, Superintendent's House, to all of Team HISD for your considerable efforts. We're going on 6 months now, and I'm very optimistic about where we're headed. So happy holidays. I hope everybody, I know we're not there yet, but I hope when we get to the break, everybody has a good rest and renewal, and I'm excited for the coming year. Thank you.
Trustee Guidry?
Happy holidays, everyone, and please be safe.
Trustee Hernandez?
Happy holidays, everyone. Felices fiestas.
Trustee Flynn Villaseca.
Happy holidays, felices fiestas, happy Kwanzaa, Merry Christmas, happy Hanukkah.
Happy everything. Trustee Cruz.
Just want to say, I feel like we've done some really good work. I know that we got a little heated tonight talking about the constraint, but I think we're all very passionate and just continue to be proud of the work that we do as a team of 10.
Trustee Bluefer Daniels.
Thank you. Wishing everybody a happy and safe holiday through the end of the year and the beginning of the year and every day. Happy Hanukkah. Happy birthday to my godmother, Maxine Lane Seals, and my sister, Jackie Braden Montgomery. Happy Kwanzaa and happy holidays. Thanks. Y'all be
Trustee
safe out there.
Santos. I'm sorry. Dean. Trustee Santos.
Thank you to Superintendent House, who shows up every time, no matter how hard we press him. I want to say thank you to the moms that spoke tonight. Thank you to the owls, y'all rock, and to the parents that brought their toddlers. You are amazing. And just happy holidays, everyone. Felices fiestas, and stay safe.
Trustee Dygard.
First, thank you, colleagues, for the great discussion on pre-K. I think this is a robust objective that we have created here that is going to drive our organization appropriately towards changing the future for the next generation of kids. Thank you, Superintendent House. I have knocked on over 3,400 doors in my community over the last few months. And the one thing I hear over and over and over again is how grateful people are that our board brought you here to HISD. People are grateful that you're listening to them, that you're being very thoughtful about your decisions for our students. Your attitude of no drama. Drama is a choice, but hyper-focused on the needs of children and strategic thought to improving their education. So thank you very much for being here. And then quick shout out to fellow OWLS, Rice students who spoke tonight in your thoughtful presentations.
And Superintendent House.
I have one additional presentation that I'll try to get in. Just, I don't acknowledge, first of all, thank the team of 10. Happy holidays, as I indicated in my presentation, but I need to thank my staff. You all have continued to work your behinds off. I'm proud to be associated with you, and I'm looking forward to the future. Good evening.
That's you too, York.
We look forward to seeing you at our next regular board meeting on January 13th, 2022. Agenda review for that meeting will be held on January 6th, 2022. There being no further business, this meeting is officially adjourned at 8:49 p.m. Happy holidays.